Early today. Yes, I'm early. You know what? I was here. So I'm like, why not? Why not? Okay. I'm also live on beautiful YouTube. Welcome, YouTube. Today we are working more on O.B.O.L. At first, I need to send some keys to the people of the internet. I need to send 10 keys, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I will say... oh, fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I will say the name in here. I will say the name in here like that. And I will say notes, giveaway. Okay. Is that 10? Okay, that should work. Okay, I'll put them somewhere. Give me a sec. I'm creating a new text file. Lexispell keys. Hey Seshumara, Deltarune in 2 days. I don't care. I'm sorry, but I don't care. Lexispell hates indie games. Lexispell. I said Lexispell. I do hate indies. I think indies are the worst. Let me put it simply. Let me put it very simply. I need to set up my electronic thingy, but I think it's supposed to be done automatically. I'm not sure. I don't understand. I would like to understand, but I don't. Okay, guys, I hope you're doing good. How was the weekend? Deltarune. Yeah, I'm not that much into Undertale and stuff. Maybe it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. I just don't know it. I'm just not used to it. I have so many emails. I need to treat them. I need to take time to treat stuff. The problem is that because I've started prototyping, I have a hard time like doing the other boring stuff. So maybe I should like do boring stuff and reward myself with some prototyping. Great news! I just saw a video about how Steam changed their front page and will show indie games that players will be interested in giving without relying on the wishlist. Yeah, it's the personal calendar and the changes related to new and trending. To be fair, I thought it was going to be really bad, and we have seen a few examples so far that have been pretty good. I think it's, as with everything on Steam, it is still, the rule is still, if you are doing well, you're doing even better. So the personal calendar is not putting everyone on a level playing field, but it apparently is giving a nice boost of visibility, up to 2 months in advance, I think, which means we should set up with O.B.O.L and a release date, I think, because you can get visibility quite in advance. I have responded to that. Wave dash, I need to respond. Message, okay. And this one, I need to reply. I need to find a better way to treat my emails. And I think the way I will do it is I will do the technique where you have to put in categories depending on what you do, because it gets messy real fast. Like, yeah, like right now those things are so messy. Anyway, I hope you're doing good. The YouTube video, is it doing well? I have no idea. I didn't check. It's a 4 out of 10. Interesting, right? It is a 4 out of 10. Which is on the lower end compared to the other 4 point something Godot. But honestly, it's not too bad. I didn't realize you were the creator of Lexispell. Love seeing your updates and questions on Reddit. Okay, thank you. The team and contributors have been cooking. Let's go. One thing about the transform you offset for UI, I hope it affects the clickable area. It would be really confusing. Okay, let me reply to that. By default, it only applies to the visuals, but there's a checkbox to enable the mouse to take the offset into consideration. And to have a question, how would Steam know, though, the game would be interesting? What could they be measuring? I invite you to read. I invite you to read about a bunch of stuff. I invite you to read about recommendation algorithms, basically. This is what Steam is doing, just like YouTube, TikTok, Amazon, Facebook, all of them. This is what they're doing. Basically, it's not really that they're measuring your interests. They're measuring a bunch of signals, and those signals are being compared. It's not really compared, but you could say scored. And you're basically put into categories. How can I say that? Let's say, for example, they take into account the amount of time you're playing something, okay? Which is a measure that they have. It's probably an easy measure. And they see, let's take a simple example. They see that you have 1,000 hours in Counter-Strike, okay? 1,000 hours in Counter-Strike. Well, this gives them a little, some amount of information. But on top of that, they know that Counter-Strike is tagged as an FPS, online multiplayer game, a competitive game, etc. So with that only, with only those information, they already know that, for example, let's say Rainbow Six is coming out. With those comparison, they could already tell, oh, they share some space, right? You can imagine it's actually a vector space. They share some space, right? Your game is somewhere in this vector space, and this one is actually pretty close. But then on top of that, Steam is a platform with a lot of people, so they can actually do something else. They can say, with getting a bunch of data around the people, okay, and what they're doing, they can group the users. And then they can say, oh, in the group of similar users, similar to you, those users are playing this new game that seems related, right? And so this gives an even stronger signal. The game doesn't even have to be related, because the game is related to you guys, to you in the group, but they can also be related to the other game. And so this basically gives you a score of how potentially interesting the game can be to you. The main problem with those algorithms is they tend to lag behind the things. They tend to only be a representation of what happened, right? If they don't have enough information about something new, it's basically impossible for them to tell if you're going to like it or not. So those algorithms are good to recommend you things from the past and to recommend things that are popular. But they could be tuned, of course. They can be tuned differently. For example, on TikTok, they have a tendency to push things that are a bit different from what you see to kind of gauge your interest, right? From time to time, they send you a video. The algorithm knows that the video is not necessarily what you like, usually, but it's trying something. And then depending on how you respond, which is how much time do you spend watching the video, do you like the video, do you comment, a bunch of small signals, then it might actually steer the algorithm in a different way. But the algorithm in TikTok is very reactive and made so that you stay on the platform. Other algorithms are made differently. And I would say that the Steam algorithm is kind of shit, from what I see. It's not very good in any situation. It's not super good at telling you what you will like, and it's not even good at showing you new things. If you go into your discovery queue, I went through a bunch of games in my discovery queue, so I have trained the algorithm even more because I'm sending a direct signal in the discovery queue. Steam is showing me something, and I'm saying if I'm interested or not. And yet, it's still shit. So I really believe that they didn't spend a lot of time on their algorithm. I would say they could probably do way better. Hello, Seto. So much going on, I didn't realize. Yeah. So basically what I'm trying to say is, what you don't realize is you're sending a bunch of signals all the time, and the algorithm doesn't need to know or understand what you're looking at. For example, on TikTok, it's not even that the algorithm understands what the video is about. It just understands. It's just doing a match between that video and the group of users that are like you, that are usually matching well with what you're looking at and whatever. And it's saying, oh, this video scored well with them, so it should score well with you. And that is basically it. Recommendation algorithms are pretty simple. They just use a bunch of data and are probably hard to tune to get what you want. And they tend to put you into bubbles, which are, it's usually difficult to go out of those bubbles. Which is why people get radicalized online very easily, because the moment you start looking at problematic content, it gives you even more problematic content, and after a while you think that it's the only thing that exists. I can already discover popular-ish games. Yes. And when it's trying to show you a new game, it is very difficult because they don't have data about it, and sometimes just showing you like random bullshit things. So yeah, the Steam algorithm could be tuned more, in my opinion. It could be more aggressive in the way it's showing you games, especially depending on on the way you consume games. Because, for example, I play a lot of small games and small indie games, and yet in my discovery queue, 100% of the time, it will show me incredibly huge games that I've never bought on Steam, like the next Call of Duty, the next FIFA, the next whatever. And you could argue it makes sense for them to show me those games, because if I like them and I buy them, I give them way more money than if I buy a $5 game. But it can also drive me away from the platform because it's showing me the wrong stuff. So it's a trade-off you have to find, and I feel like Steam could be way better. For example, you made a word game. Ideally, everyone that is interested in word games should see the game. Exactly. But it doesn't really work that way. it doesn't really work that way, but that's the point. Yes. And for example, I can see it personally because I develop with my personal account. When I'm connected to Steam, I'm connected to my personal account, and so I play Lexispell all the time because I'm developing it. And so when I go to the next fest, or when I go to an event like that, it will show me a custom category, which is just for me, or just for everyone that is like me, and it will be like, because you like word games. Because they see that I play a lot of that, which in my case is not even the case. And the problem is that it's very aggressive with that category. It is very, very aggressive with that category. One thing that I would like on Steam is the ability to say, please show me something new. For example, on YouTube, I don't know if it's available all the time, but on YouTube, sometimes it shows you, and you have a category somewhere where you can browse new things. So things that are not necessarily what the algorithm would recommend you by default, and you can try to expand your algorithm in a way. And I find that interesting, especially to kind of go out of your usual stuff and to explore things. But it's not always present, and I would like to have that on Steam, especially with the discovery queue. I would like it to be way more open. I'm on the same spot. They even recommend my own game. Yeah. It's kind of like Amazon, right? The moment you buy something on Amazon, then all the targeted ads will be with that specific thing on Instagram and stuff. And even Amazon themselves are going to recommend you this product, which it makes sense for something that you would buy multiple times, like let's say paper towel, like whatever, like consumables. But if you just bought a computer and they keep showing you recommendations for your computer, that is very stupid. So this is what I'm trying to say when I say recommendations algorithms are usually not so smart. They can only be a good prediction based on what the past is, but it's usually a prediction that is not trying something new. It's usually a prediction that is trying to replicate a little bit. So instead of, when you bought a new computer, instead of showing you things that are adjacent to that computer, like a case, something to clean your computer, a stand, I don't know, things that are related, USB drive, whatever, right? They probably do that, but they also like just show you the exact same product again and be like, based on what you recently bought. And it's like, you're like a huge fucking company making billions of dollars and you're recommending me the computer that I just bought. Are you fucking nuts? So yeah, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun and also a little bit sad. I hope you guys are doing well. I replied to that. I need to reply to my emails today later. I need to find a way to make it rewarding. It's not rewarding for me to reply to emails. And I need to contact some people. I'm looking for freelancing. So if you ever need my stuff, don't hesitate to contact me. I probably have my email right there. No? Okay, that's shit. Contact? No? Links? Yes. You can contact me right over there if you ever need consultation, UI, juice, whatever. I'm open. Okay, today we need to make some progress on the incremental. I worked a little bit on it this weekend. To be fully honest, I have not been incredibly productive. On Saturday, I went to see friends and their new little dog, which is really, really cute. And on Sunday I worked. I feel like I've done some stuff, but I'm not even sure. Prototyping has been a little bit slow. I'm also thinking about different things, what to do, where to go. I'm doing a bunch of stuff, but unfortunately I don't have the game loop the way I want. What we need to do, we have that. The dispenser actually dispenses stuff. We can do this. We can do that. It's really slow. It needs to go to 100. Yes. You have a hot dog. I'm thinking I need to find something that might be a little bit more interesting So maybe you're not just doing a random glue, you're doing something that people can think of, like can understand, like a hot dog, or maybe sausages. It could also work well with the title. If I want to go with something a little bit more fun, I could have a game that is called like Sausage Factory or whatever, you know, something like that. That could work. Or Sausage Squared. Could be Sausage Squared, for example. I don't know, something stupid. I recently played a game like this, only with ducks. Yeah. We talked with the developer the other day. Project Bit. Yeah. Back on track, kinda presenting my path style stuff right now. Let's go. Cool. Are you doing it for the game jam? Hello, Puzzle Beast. I hope you're good. So the day is completed. We can go back to here. We can close that if we want. We have this, which is ready to receive the things. I didn't do the actual UI, so we'll have the upgrade tree. We'll have the shop. We can exit the OS, and then we'll have the bed, and we can go to bed. And when we wake up the next day, it doesn't work. So we need to fix that. I don't know why it doesn't work. You can see it's still not open in here. And the dispenser, I don't know if the dispenser is still dispensing, actually. Might need to change that. I have some debug stuff. I tried to implement non-infinite inertia, and so you push stuff, and as you can see, we are pushing stuff way too strong. I need to fix this. And I'm using this super cool add-on called Debug Draw, which allows me to debug in 3D, so you can see what's happening when you push an object like that. You can see all of the little things, and I can toggle it. I can remove it if we don't want to see it, so that's pretty useful. But yeah, I have done some very simple texturing tests, but I'm not going to keep it like that. But it's just to get a feeling for what I want things to look like. And you can see the difference between... This is kind of a normal texture, like a normal high-res texture that has been crunched to 256. And this is a low-res texture, or something that has been made by someone. The top in here is completely broken, I don't know why. But you can see how the texture is more interesting if it's made with PSX aesthetic in mind. This texture is made with PSX aesthetic in mind, so it's much more detailed, right? There's a lot of things to look at, which is an interesting thing. So we need to work on that. Okay, it's way too hot. I need to go down. I'll try to have something enjoyable for Friday. Nice. Nice. It is really hot. I don't know where you live. At the moment in France, it's really fucking hot. Yesterday it was like 38 degrees. Today it's 35. 37 actually. I see. The maximum today is 37. That's terrible. Italy is hot and shit too. Yeah. Toulouse 40. Oh, good luck. Bulon, hello. The grainy effect is intentional. The grainy effect is intentional. Yeah. This is low res and pixelated. It should be more than that, to be honest. This is called the PSX aesthetic, but it's not PSXy enough. It needs to be more than that. It needs to be more than that. 35 right now. Okay, good luck. Good luck. So let's try to figure out, I guess, why it doesn't work, right? And then I think we'll try to do... the upgrades. I've been trying to figure out in my head how it should work. The difference between, do I go with resources? Do I not go with resources? I have another question, Seto. If you agree, if you're okay. Do you have upgrades that are levels of upgrades? You know what I mean? Do you only have new upgrades? Because this is quite different. Or do you have, for example, I don't know, imagine I have speed, and I have speed 1, speed 2, speed 3, but on the same node, like levels of speed, and I can max it out. You see what I mean? I'm wondering how I handle that, especially for saving. I want the simplest thing I can have, and I feel like having resources is going to cause problems, because I don't want to have my resources saving stuff and then other things saving things. I have 5 upgrades for the same stats, and any number of level per upgrade. I have 5 upgrades for the same stats. Oh, interesting. But in the tree, do you show them as separate stats, or do you squeeze them onto one tree, onto one element that you can just upgrade? Like plus 0.1, plus 0.3, no? Yeah, it's a node each. Okay, interesting. So you never increase more than once one of your upgrade. I mean, maybe it's simpler to do it that way. It's not a separate structure. You just, even if I do separately, I could collapse them on one in the display. I'm just trying to find a simple solution. Each upgrade can have 5+ numbers of time you can upgrade it if I want. Ah, okay. Okay. Interesting. And so you're doing plus? Your upgrades are plus, they're not absolute values, right? You define a base value for something, and then you define your upgrade to be plus something. Doesn't it make it hard? Isn't it hard to figure out what the actual value will be if you're doing additive? Why not go with absolute values? Because if you go with absolute values and you need to modify the base value, you need to also modify the other values, right? So you go with additive, so it's easier to modify the values, I guess. I have a base number and I have plus or minus on it. Yeah. I'm wondering how I will verify that the value is correct. But maybe it just needs some tooling, right? That's a huge pain. All of that is a huge pain, guys. Okay, let's try to go in the room and see what's happening. So, on the room, the player is interacting with the bed. It's probably showing good night, but I don't really see it because the transition is showing. Transition in finished. Day manager next day. Day manager next day. What is the day manager next day doing? So end day, set process to false, day emitted. Then you're... Right now we're not doing anything else, we're not loading anything, we're just saying day index plus equal 1, and we're emitting the next day started. And then in the next day started, what are we doing? Next day started, we are hiding the transition, right? Interact label, show message, a new day has begun. And then it's doing start day. And start day is doing day manager start day. Go on to day manager, you motherfucker. Yeah, but day progress has not been resetted, that's why. Right? So in here, you could actually do day progress is equal to 0. I guess that's just why. Day progress, day duration needs to be updated. To do update day duration. Hello, Combat Wombat. I have comfort the spaghetti. Spaghetti! Just make math, but most of it is just random. Like, I try with 0.1, not enough. 0.5, too much. 0.25, okay. And for some stuff, like the rewind, I want to be at max 0.15. Start 0.5, so I let my node accordingly to have 0 separately only the playthrough. Okay. I'm still very unsure, but maybe I should just try it. I'm still very unsure about how it will work. Okay, I will need to have a specific message. Shit. And we need to fix that also, right? I think my first day is a little bit too slow. But if my first upgrade is cheap enough, it might be fine. Basically, lets people grind one thing. Might really not be enough to grind one thing. Completed. Shift ended. I should go back to my room. So when it's finished, you can actually continue. It's just that there's nothing else to do. The meat that is here, I think should be removed. The meat should be removed. Because otherwise you're tempted to go and process it. And the thing happens. Everything is going to disappear when you process it. That's the problem. Right? You will have your hot dog, but it will not stay here. So I think we should disintegrate the meat. Or maybe I should just make that. Block that. I thought about using Godot for a few projects. Yeah, you should. It's pretty cool. What I've done is to try to the min amount where it's noticeable. Okay, the max amount. Now I can go upper without breaking things and balancing around it. Yeah. I'm not necessarily surprised. Surprised. It's just I want a good solution. I want a good solution because every time I've done upgrades in the past, it has been painful. It has been painful creating them, and it has been painful modifying them. So maybe I should write down what I want. Let me write down what I want. What I want from upgrade values. Easy way to get and unlock upgrades. Easy way. Modify values easily in one place. Easily create new upgrade. So I think for that, I think I need a custom tool. I need a custom tool to do this. For that, I just need to have my values spreadsheet / dictionary. I think I need this. They can't live in the upgrades. It will be horrible if they live inside of the resources. So I think the resources are only going to be here to hold like the name of the thing, like to do the glue basically. Like they have the name, they have the description, they have the icon, they have the target, and maybe they even have the actual variable, but I don't think so. It's the target is going to do the glue, and then we do everything in the dictionary. Rot the meat. We could rot the meat, and the meat that is rotting needs to be processed somewhere. Interesting, honestly. Rot the meat, the unused meat, and we can define what it does. The rotten meat can't be processed and needs to be put away or something. Or maybe it needs to become something else. Hello Brainoid, how are you doing? Hello friend, hope you're doing well. Hello Arkham, how are you doing? I just saw you replied to me before the start of the stream. I didn't have time to answer you, so I'll take a look tonight if that's fine. I look for upgrade noticeable enough and plan on this, like needs plus 20% to be noticeable enough. So if max is 200% of min, then I can do 10 times the 20%. Yeah, okay. There's no rush. Okay. Okay, this is an interesting idea. So, easy way to get and unlock upgrades. Manager with resources. I think this is kind of useful. How about if you process the rotten meat with the good meat, you get some sort of penalty. So you need to keep an eye on that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe you can process it, but you have to process it separately. So it's kind of useless. And then at some point, maybe you get an upgrade that allows you to process it the way you want, right? So we could say that processing the rotten meat with the good meat inflicts a penalty. You need to process separately. With an upgrade, you can process both, and then at some point, maybe it's even better. I don't know. If you try to process the rotten meat, it poisons the rest of the meat, and at some point, you can transform the rotten meat into gamey meat. Faisandé. Impnja. I don't know how to pronounce that. How about the rotten meat combines slowly to a meat blob and starts following you, attacking you? I was imagining the rotten meat could attract, how are they called? You know, the blobs? Not the blobs, the maggots. You could have maggots trying to go towards you. Flies, yeah, things that are trying to attack you. This is another idea. Rotten meat turns into maggot. Not good. Or needs special processing. It's an incremental game, so at the end of the day, it shouldn't be too difficult. The goal is not to make you lose, right? But it could do something that initially makes you struggle, that you can then turn into something useful. Maggots and flies and contaminants the proper meat. Yeah, maybe the maggots are trying to go towards the meat. So that could be fun, right? Maggot, go to the good meat and try to infest it. You need to move it away / process it. Maybe you don't have a processor initially. This is crazy. I didn't expect a single message to turn into a whole mechanic. I mean, you're giving me ideas at the prototyping phase, so this is the perfect moment to actually do stuff like that. In terms of game design, how do you approach the design space? Do you usually just brainstorm and go down whichever route makes the most sense, or do you write out everything with the design space and explore the parts that make the most sense according to your design principles? I think it depends how clear the idea is. For example, in this case, the game design should always lead back to the incremental aspect, right? So in this case, it's kind of easy because I have my idea. I have the goal. The end goal is to have mechanics that allow you to produce more, to gain more output. So everything should be going towards that. For example, the maggots should not try to kill you, for example. That's not the goal of this kind of game. In a horror game, in a purely horror game, I would completely divert away from that mechanic of like using them to do more meat and stuff at some point. I would just say, oh yeah, if you're not properly caring for the meat, then you have maggots, and the maggots try to attack you or to infest everything, and then it makes you lose, right? So usually I go that way. Usually I go, I know what the end goal is. I know what kind of feeling I want. And then all of the mechanics should go towards that. Directly or indirectly. But it's very rare that I go with like... I try to not go with a game where I just have the mechanic and I have to figure out entirely the game design. I used to do that a lot in the past. I used to have mechanics and I had no idea what the game would be. And I feel like this is kind of difficult. This is kind of difficult to form a game around the mechanic because it can be anything, right? So it feels better, in my opinion, to go with a mechanic or with a genre or with a feeling first and then you grab the different mechanics that you might have laying around, or you create new ones to get the feeling that you want. What I figured out a bit late, this is where maggot and flags. What I figured out a bit late is that stats upgrade should not be the most present upgrade, I think. Upgrades that alter the game are more valuable. Like one that you're saying with the rotten or so. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, like getting a little bit more speed is not interesting. Yeah. But the way I see it, Seto, is... The way I see it is... You introduce a new mechanic, and then with that mechanic, you explore it a little bit more. So, you make it more powerful, you make it more fast, more whatever, right? So you add, like, stats changes, simple changes, and then you introduce a new, bigger mechanic. The thing is, you can't introduce big mechanics all the time. In 2D, I would introduce mechanics way more often because it's super easy. In 3D, I need to be a bit more mindful about what kind of mechanic I'm introducing. But then the mechanic can also be simple. It can be... Oh, now it's a new size. Now there's a different size, and that forces you to do something specific first. The video talk about exploring the design space, really well made. Oh, the video about the video from Jonas, yeah. And you can customize the frogs with hats and clothes. What? What are you talking about, frogs? Oh, then you can buy little frog pets that eat the maggot and flies. Oh, you're right. Puzzle Beast, you have a very good idea here. I need more things that are on the side of what I'm doing manually. So I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. Creates flies. You can have frogs / pets helping you with them. And then when the frogs are big enough, you can process them and you can eat them. You can directly turn them into the process. Orthogonal design, yeah. 1% damage increase upgrades be like, exactly, yeah. In an incremental, it is fine in my opinion to have a 1% damage increase, because usually it's not going to be super expensive, and it's going to be 1%, then 5%, then 10%, stuff like that. So it will feel impactful at some point, but it should not be the meat of the actual incremental progression. I do agree. I think you can introduce changes in mechanics more than just upgrade stats, like dash the speed, then pushing on the same side, for example. Yeah, totally. I see what you mean, Seto. And even at the beginning in the game, you don't have a jump, you don't have a dash. So first, you have those upgrades that are also pretty big because you gain them. All of a sudden, you have the ability to throw something, you have the ability to dash somewhere, you have the ability to dash onto things to push them. Have you thought about the entire loop? Usually incremental games have a way to reset for some meta resource, like what's the end game you can end up with, the design around that. Fair enough, Wombat. I think it's one way to do it. I have closer to the basic idea, but I feel like the basic idea can be chopped into other components to continue going in the basic idea, right? All of a sudden, you have a new mechanic that is then going to feed back into the main mechanic. An example that we just did is with the frogs. You have a problem, the maggots. The maggots can be fixed using the frogs, and now the frogs are turned back into the main mechanic. So you're doing the same thing, but you're doing it with a side mechanic that increases the amount of stuff that you're outputting. I think that can work well. Could you imagine harvesting your own frogs for the first time? Could be an emotional moment. No, my frogs, but I love the idea, yeah. You have to harvest the frog's legs. True. I was at Dev Gam last week. Met a lot of good people. How's your progress? Awesome. Well, I just started prototyping this at the end of last week, so it's going pretty cool. Even more if you dress them and name them. Cool down with the complexity. We need to keep it feasible. Thank you, Only G, for the follow, by the way. That could be fun, because then you have a bunch of frogs everywhere. I kind of like this idea. Frogs flying around. The frogs could be a reference to... the mailroom. You know how in the mailroom, Jotson added a frog? And I want to have references to other games in my game. I'm thinking about having an Easter egg from How Fish is Made also. I don't know if you know about How Fish is Made. It's the studio behind the very popular game... Sorry, let me show you. Mouthwashing, and they announced another game, by the way. Right? Let me go in here. So the Mailroom, horror game made by Jotson, and you have those frogs, and I feel like it could be cool to have those little frogs. As an Easter egg, they would need to be relatively similar, right? If you want to have the meta progression, then reset after progression. The meat machine for a while, you'd reset everything and gain a pawn in your spawn room. Then you drag a frog with you in the meat room. Issue mechanic is a reset. Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't necessarily see it as a reset, but I see it as the mechanic that you were doing manually at some point. The mechanic that you're doing at some point becomes impossible to do manually, so you automate it. The direction I was going to with this game is you automate more stuff, and so the automation creates a bigger output, but it also creates a new mechanic that requires manual intervention. For example, the grinding machine. Let me show you the grinding machine. The grinding machine is manual, right? At some point, grinding manually is impossible. So what you want to do is you want to attach a little motor right there, and this makes that work on its own. But now it introduces a new mechanic, which is you need fuel. And so to have fuel, you will process something, and you will turn it into fuel. But the manual process that you're introducing has a bigger output, right? Because now you're creating fuel, and the fuel is making the machine run. So your output per second or per minute is much higher. And then you introduce more and you introduce more. I feel like this is where I want to go. But I still want to be weird. I still want to try things throughout the game. Lessen the scope? No, you need a procedural frog generator so every frog is unique. I'm not sure. I am not sure. So, the frog from the mailroom. This is something we can talk about. This is interesting. How Fish is Made is a very cool free game. I recommend this game. It's a game about choice. It's a game about decision. And I'd like to have a fish at some point somewhere that talks to you. I kind of want that. Maybe that asks you a question. Like, do you want to go up or down or something? Kind of as a reference to mouthwashing. It is crazy because they knew what they were going to do, right? They knew what they were going to do. Everything was there. It is the old... Yeah, it is the old stuff, right? It is the old trailer. Or is it? Is it the old trailer? Ah, maybe not. So they just have updated it to make a reference to mouthwashing. I don't remember if the mouthwashing reference was in the trailer initially. You could make a human face fish like that Nintendo game, Seaman. We have to be careful with the pronunciation because it can sound like something else. Hey Mirage, I'm doing good. How are you doing? When you see games with art like that, you understand why people need more free time. Yeah, it's terrible. It is terrible. Seaman, oh my god. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. So the way I'm imagining it is everything happens through the dispenser. And so at some point during the game, at multiple points, the dispenser will show you stuff that is that is not supposed to be in the dispenser. And for example, once I want the fish to be in the dispenser, and you can't put it in the grinder, right? It tells you can't put that in the grinder, and so it becomes your friend maybe, or it's something that you have to find, and it's not really showing. It's like an Easter egg, and you have to go somewhere to see it. After seeing the finally of TADC, I don't really know what is TADC. Like that singing bass hanging on the wall singing. Maybe, yeah. So this is cool. So they made mouthwashing after that. This game did really, really well. It's a super cool game. And they are working on a horror game. A multiplayer horror game. This is going to do so much money. This is going to be a banger. Like, it is so cool. I'm not even sure what you're doing. You're driving a tank or something with your friends. Imagine making money from games. That would be cool, right? The amazing digital circus. Okay, so why are you saying you don't really know? You don't really know if people should have more free time? Is that what you're saying? So anyway, those games are really cool. You can harvest them. I think this should not work anymore, maybe. This should just not work. Right? But then what do we do about that? Is this becoming rotten immediately? That seems like maybe too much. Because it made me sad but happy at the same time. Okay, I didn't see it. I want to go in the dispenser. Do you think I can stay on the actual door? Oh yeah, I can. So this is something I'm going to do. I'm telling you right now, you will be spoiled. But because the game is going to give you movement, you're going to have the ability to access something that reveals more about what the game is doing. Because just like in a Metroidvania, you will get access to things because you have the slide, you have the dash, you have a jump, and you will be able to jump at the right spot, then go onto one thing, and then do a jump, and then do a dash, and you will reach specific parts. You can buy some sort of cooling system and upgrade to slow down the rot. Yeah, but the rot is kind of useful, right? I use Godot at Mirage. Just give each piece of meat a rot bar that goes down over time. Yeah. Personally, I prefer Unity. Godot is amazing. Godot is amazing. Yeah. I think this maybe should not work. Okay, let me write it down. Day end. Grinder stops. And right now we let them eat, but maybe if I let them eat, people will be able to use them for the next day. I can't do rotten meat right now. But we need to fix the days. I don't think they're working. Oh, they are. It starts immediately. That's not correct. That is not correct. Okay. That is not correct. So let's try to do that. Day manager, state day ended. It is not started when you're here. You emit the stuff, and then in here, what do? You start the day. You don't start the day. A new day has begun. Go to work. Okay, and we don't start the day in here, and we'll just start the day over there. I think that should work. So let's try. We go in here, the day has started. We'll have a message and everything, of course. Please be aware that this is very prototypey right now. You can, of course, see that there is Z fighting because I just put the... And I'm cheating because my speed is way too fast. I need to tune the day so it's a little bit longer. Oh, maybe I have time. No! I have my hot dog, which is ready but not used. Fuck. I put it over there. Okay, they completed. You can go back. You go to sleep. A new day has begun. Go to work. So in here, this will show you the image and everything to be able to like buy upgrades and whatnot. You go here, you buy your upgrades, you exit, and then you start a new day. Let's go, and you're ready to start a new day. We need to stop the grinder. Maybe I should do that instead. Yeah. My hot dog is removed. My previous hot dog, right? It was removed. And I got $2 today. That is shit. Goodbye. It's a framework, SDL. I prefer Unity because it has more tutorials and because it's good for what I want to be a game dev, and UE5 and Unity are the most used game engine. Fair enough. The tutorials is bullshit in my opinion. The tutorials are is a bullshit. How can I say? It's a bullshit argument because Godot has plenty of tutorials, and at some point, you should theoretically go to a point where you don't need tutorials. You need potentially people talking about how they do stuff and whatnot, like share their experience. But I think it's a bullshit argument. It's not that useful when you use an engine. I rarely check a tutorial when I want to do something with Godot. You can read the doc and you know how it works, right? But yeah, I don't know. Hey Yuri, it's pretty chill, yeah. I mean, it's pretty hot, but it's pretty chill. What's the topic of the game? The topic of the game is meat processing. It's an incremental about meat processing. Make it possible to drag my computer into the trash bin and the computer explodes, leave you part of you, and you'll need to later get a new computer on a new day. Don't spoil all of my features. I definitely want people to be able to do some stuff on their computer, like change the background and maybe play a little Easter egg or something, but we need to focus on actually making a game. And it's used for what? It's used for making games. Some people use SDL to make games as like a basic framework, so they don't have to recreate everything themselves. Like they don't have to talk to OpenGL directly or whatever. So they basically start with that to make games, you know? Or they use slightly higher, I said framework, but SDL is more of a library. They use like Raylib, and Raylib has more stuff to help you make games. It's less than an engine. Usually it doesn't have like an editor and everything, but it has a bunch of pre-made things that you will use, and you don't have to recreate everything. Also has sound rendering. Yeah, Raylib is a bigger on top. It's technically used to make game engines. I'm not sure people really make game engines with them. Maybe they make custom game engines, like they build their own tools on top of SDL, but I'm not sure that there are like engines that you know that are built on top of SDL. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. On top of Raylib, sorry. SDL is being integrated in some engines. For example, recently, Godot switched to SDL for input handling. Before that, I believe they were doing it themselves. I'm not sure. Valve Engine use SDL, yeah. SDL is someone used instead of GLFW. Source? Yeah, I was talking about Raylib. I'm not sure Raylib is being used for the game engines that you know, but maybe some people are building their own tools on top of it. Some people like that. Some people like having the control. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what SDL is. You know what? The best is SDL. You can read the definition over there. But imagine you have to talk to gamepads instead of having to figure out yourself how to talk to all of the gamepads out there, how to interface with a gamepad that is like made for Windows, another one that is like a PlayStation 1 or a random ass gamepad, all of the features. And for example, use SDL, and SDL gives you that API, that generic API to talk to a gamepad, and you don't even have to know what it is. The same way you talk to a graphics API like OpenGL, so you don't have to talk to the GPU directly. I've never heard of it. It is very widely used. It's huge. Imagine having to work with H-window. I just whisper to my gamepads with treats, and then you make them move. Have you seen that video where someone is using the motors in the Valve's gamepad to make it move, like to control it as a car? SDL is like a minimal cross-platform library you can use to create a window, get input, which would otherwise be platform-specific. Exactly. And it's very often the case that you have libraries like that that are basically making things cross-platform for you. The same way, if you know about UI and you know about Qt, for example, Qt is a way to make cross-platform UIs and applications. And Qt has evolved into something that is much bigger than UI, because it's basically exposing a bunch of utilities. The advantage is that when you create something, instead of creating for macOS, Windows, and Linux, you create a Qt application, and it's then handling the rest for you. Who's that? Qt, the streamer? The streamer, exactly. You're using the streamer as a cross-platform tool. It can be tricky to use at times. As an alternative, one can also use SFML. Oh, I used SFML in the past. That was horrible. Which EMO has the more simple API. Disclaimer contributing to it, but it's not as widespread as SDL. It's basically like OpenGL Verclone, but just for drawing. I never read Qt like that. Mind blown. What do you read it as? Like cute? In French, we say Qt. That's why I guess I say it as Qt. Because we say QT, basically. But I think some people say cute, right? But it's so weird. Or QT, but I'm saying QT. Makes sense. It might be intentional. I'm not even sure. Does it mean something? QT. It probably means something, right? Do you ever try to make your own game engine? I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested. It's too much work for very little output. QT. I say QT. Cutie. Makes sense, maybe not, but Qt is so horrible to use with its own preprocessor, etc. It's powerful, though. It's powerful. The thing is, you start wanting to do a bunch of stuff. Like, if you need to do an application that is cross-platform, it's kind of useful. It has everything. It even has, like, handling for threads and everything. And in the past, you were using Boost to have, like, threading and a bunch of other features. So at some point, you move to Qt because you need the UI. And then you also have the threads, and you also have, like, the video playing capabilities, and even, like, the web rendering capabilities. At some point, it's just useful, right? Not saying Boost is better. Boost was horrible. Boost was horrible. But at least I think it makes sense why people use it. And then Qt is also like, you have multiple versions of Qt. You can also do Qt for embedded. So you know one thing and you apply it everywhere. It makes sense, right? But I remember SFML, I was using it to make a Pong. I was learning to make a Pong, and it was... I think the problem is that it was a programmer making Pong, and so the complexity to make Pong was nuts. There was files everywhere and stuff everywhere, and it was so fucking complicated for no reason. It really, I hated it. It was the first time I was trying to learn, I think I was doing C++. Is it possible? Is SFML in C++? I don't remember. Or maybe it was C#. And it was the first time I was trying to make a game before I learned how to program. It was horrible. It was a bad experience. It's tricky to manage your resources. SFML is C++. Okay. But there are CS bindings. I think I was doing C++. It was really, really difficult. I had no knowledge. It was horrible. Boost is just for comfort though. It's not so much of a framework to build out of. The thing is, Boost at some point was kind of needed because threads were not native in C++, right? I remember that, like, to have threads, you kind of needed you needed Boost, and it was also doing a bunch of other math-related stuff, if I'm correct. Now you don't really need it anymore, I guess. But you still kind of need Qt to do advanced UI and other things. Threads were platform specific, just like windowing, etc. I feel like there were like no threads. You were able to spawn processes, but there were no threads. It wasn't a thing. In C++, I don't know what version, it was not even a thing, I believe. No? Lots of stuff you need to use Boost for now. Honoring the standards library. Yeah. The language has evolved. But the thing to remember is that many applications are still made with old versions. When I was working in the company previously, it was in 2019, 2020. We were still using C++ 11, and I think at that time, C++ 17 was out for a while, and we were switched, and C++ 20 was probably announced, and we were not ready to move to any of those because it was breaking so much stuff. And so basically you end up kind of needing you need those old libraries and stuff simply because you use very old versions of languages, because your code runs on machines. And there is no way you can like break everything just for the sake of moving to a new version. And that was also horrible. I ask this because I want to make my own to learn how a game engine is made. Fair enough. If you want to learn, then good luck. But maybe if you want to learn, depending on how far you want to learn, how deep do you want to go, maybe you don't need to actually go and talk to OpenGL or Vulkan. Maybe you can stop at like SDL or Raylib, and you're close enough, and if you want to dig a little bit deeper, you can take a look at it, but maybe you don't need to go that deep. Unless you're very interested in how a triangle is rendered on the screen, because it's a lot of technical work for, again, very little output. So it depends what you want. But I mean, you can try. I think with OpenGL, you can get started relatively easily. Vulkan has more boilerplate, if I'm correct. But also debugging OpenGL is very difficult, so I don't know. That's because random numbers don't exist. I love random numbers. I mean, it still sucks to make a random number in C++. The horrible hacks our middleware included just to make it compile and run on an Xbox 360. Add a whole header wrapping even C strings manipulation in macros, so supporting the code could wrap everything. Okay. I don't want to think about that. Just doing the math yourself for look at matrix is insane to me. Yeah, it's a lot of work. I just want to make a very little game engine, nothing excessive. Okay. Then do it. I think the APIs are so old that you probably have a lot of resources to do it. I don't know how it is with Vulkan. Probably some people have done it, but with OpenGL, you can do it for sure. Like, there are so many people that have done it in the past. It's somewhat simple to debug, but it's just silent. It often fails silently, and in stuff like old Intel drivers, you're in for a ride. Yeah, so you see, I see that as not simple. Because as a beginner, it probably means you don't know where to look at. You don't even know where to start. Vulkan has some modes now that cut down boiler a lot. Ah, interesting. Okay. Cool. but still haven't bothered to learn Vulkan. Yeah, OpenGL, especially old legacy calls, are very simple to get into, since you really just send coordinates one after the other, not worrying about buffers, etc. Yeah, I'm still on OpenGL. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Dispenser needs to stop also. So on the day that has ended, the dispenser has stopped spawning, right? This should work. And the grinder needs to be disabled. So we can say enabled is equal to false, maybe? Or I say disable. I have like a disable function, maybe. Do I really need a big function for that? I don't know. I don't even know what I want to put inside of there. But here I'm sitting again teaching out libraries to decline Polish. Traditionally, OpenGL handles textures for you. You don't have to recreate textures, etc. whenever context is lost. Okay. The book game engine architecture good to learn? Is it possible to do it with C#? I have no idea. You need 2 bindings for all the stuff you need. Usually C# is used as a scripting language. Yeah. I would be careful about books, no? Books can be very outdated. For some topics, books are not amazing, I guess. I have the opposite problem with Godot, where OGL backend actually complains about shader errors and Vulkan for plus render just accepts unsaved invalid code. Never played on old game at the original TS4, Oblivion. If it crashes because you alt-tabbed out, developers didn't recreate their texture. Ah. Interesting. You see, all of that is very fun to learn about on surface level. I'm always interested when someone shares a video where they dive deep into an old game or they do something and they explain how it works and everything. I'm like, wow, amazing. Like, even the guy that is doing a lot of Nintendo 64 code and everything, it's super interesting. And interesting to see what were the problems, what were the mistakes and everything. And I'm like, incredibly interesting. But I don't want to touch it with a stick. I will stick to GDScript. It is fine, and the lowest I will go is I will create shaders and maybe compositor effects, and that is it. Goodbye. I know a channel explaining how older consoles did all the nifty fake 3D, etc. Hey, Kento. For stuff like game engine design, it hasn't changed that much, and the Vulkan Red Book is still up to date enough. Okay. I tried C++, but damn, it's hard. On top of what I've learned, only C#. C++ is hard at the beginning. C++ is hard. I started my learning journey with C. At school, we learned C. And it was cool. It was cool, but we were making very simple things, right? But yeah, C is very bare bone. So programming concepts are the same across language. It's really what you should be learning, not the syntax. I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Programming is mostly about solving problems. At school, we did QBasic. QBasic. It's like Qt, but for basic. Depending on what you want to make, handling a lot of things can be rough in GDScript and may need some C#. Yeah, but how many people reach that? I think people think too much about a potential future that never happens. My take is GDScript is fast enough to prototype with. The day you arrive at performance problems, then you think about what to do. And there are solutions before you even switch to like C# or anything. Even just switching to using the physics server directly or the rendering server can be enough for most people, right? Or you have something very critical to make, maybe you make a GD extension out of it and you call that GD extension. People care too much about potential problems that they will never have, and they should fucking calm down. Made ESM at school. We also learned ESM, but just for the sake of it, you know. We didn't learn with that. It's Quick Basic, but Microsoft ripped out the compiler and called it QBasic because something to apply to any programming EMO. Yeah. Premature performance optimization is a project velocity killer. Totally. Hey, Carlos F. And the fact that Godot allows to use a faster language if you really need it is really nice. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Do you not profile your games? I don't profile my games. I don't care. Who would profile their games? Made ASM on a work project too. Wow, okay. What was it for? Or do they do something insane on every frame then complain it's not a GDScript issue, it's a programming issue? Yeah, totally. There's also that. There are so many things you can try before even going with the rendering servers. I talked about the rendering servers, but you can try to object pool. You can try to not recreate the same fucking thing on every frame. You can try to not run the AI logic on every frame. You can do a lot of stuff. Command control on an Airbus A320. Oh, airplane stuff sounds cool, but also so much old stuff. Right, in the airplane industry, they work with things that are so fucking old because they know that it's going to work. They know all of the problems and the flaws. So they're using like 20 years old processors because they know exactly the problems. And that is not fun. When I learned about that, I was like, I don't want to go into the airplane industry. I want to include ASM to improve a few things. Then Microsoft told me that's no longer a feature set of H64 MSVC. So I said, okay. You want to do that? Really? You have the need for that? Hello, Froke. How are you doing? I profile my stuff because it's fun to me. I was just a consultant to cross-check the code. Okay. Please let us know if there's ever JavaScript on planes so we can switch to boats. There is JavaScript, but probably just on the thing you interact with, like the screens and everything. It doesn't. They're not running the actual plane on JavaScript. That would be fun though. And see, you try to do it and then you see when it fails. You see how fast it fails. It's super simple commands. That's why they use it too. Not 1,000+ lines. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like some very simple registry modification. The same way you would do in embedded, right? It sounds crazy when you're handling registries in embedded, but realistically what you're doing is you're changing a few bits here and there to modify the output of a motor or to configure something. It's nothing crazy. It's just the way you interface with hardware. You modify bits in a registry, but it feels like it's going to be complex and difficult, but not really. C'est vrai que j'ai un jeu à terminer, moi. No, you don't. You don't. Do you have a release date? Do you have a release date yet? Where can I find a tutorial on how to learn programming like C++ or C#? Oh, good luck. Really cool stuff in old console development because you can just call system functions. You have to write bits to address and then pray the CPU is in the correct state to do so. Yeah, so it really feels like embedded computer, basically. That's exactly what I was doing. Nowadays, you have more and more layers in between to make it simpler, but especially if you have this very simple microcontrollers, there is nothing, there's no OS, and you just talk directly to the bare metal, and you modify the bit in the registry. And you hope that you've done everything correct. Not a public one yet. Okay. I have no idea. I started out with a super old book, learned C# in 24 hours. And it's just made small projects over and over and read the docs. You can also look at projects, but maybe it's too complex. I mean, Godot is full of C++. You can look at how Godot is made. You can make some small modifications. It depends what exactly you want to do, but Godot is basically a C++ engine, so you can look at it. And honestly, the code is relatively simple. From what I've seen and I had to modify it in some places to do some things for the Switch. It is fine. There's not a lot of templates and everything. It's relatively straightforward. It looks more like C in a way. I went to uni as well, but before that, my learning was just coding a lot, really. Yeah. I think at some point you just have to go for it and try. Pause it for a week, prototype, and get hyped about the new one, then get motivated to quick launch the current one. Lots of terminal apps. Yeah, lots of small things, lots of small interactions, small algorithms. I'm tutorial on YouTube or something. You can probably find a lot of resources online, honestly. C++ is probably one of the most used programming language out there, right? Honestly, don't stress too much what kind of resource you're using. Just use something. In here, we'll probably have to reflect that visually. We probably have to do something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So when we start the day, start spawning, we can call the grinder and we can say enable. And we have set the grinder to be disabled. We should probably tell the grinder to not move, right? How do I do that? I should grab this motherfucker, probably. I should probably grab this motherfucker. Or even make the interactable, make it disabled, right? Do I have a function for that? Disable? I do have a function for that. How beautiful is this? You could, I just could never learn from a video personally. Unless it's very visual, it can be difficult, yeah. Especially with code, with a lot of code, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I've heard about OpenTK for the rendering, but I'm not sure. Just start making a terminal app. Yeah. I would argue one of the difficult thing with making an engine is that it will not just be about C++. I think C++ is not necessarily going to be the difficult part in a way. Of course, it's going to be difficult to handle if you're absolutely new about it. The problem is going to be that you have so many things to take into account, to consider, to learn about. So if you're really not familiar with C++, it's probably better to get familiar with C++ first in a simpler context where you don't have to handle a bunch of other things and a bunch of complex libraries or APIs like OpenGL and whatnot. The biggest part will be making it build. Yeah, also, that is such a bane when you're a beginner. That is such a bane. I won't have time! Fuck. I think I can make it go through, though. Fuck. No! It went through the wall. It went through the fucking wall. Okay, so that is fine. We kind of need to make the data stuff. I think we kind of need to make that. I have my dialogue system that I'm doing. Hot dog or incremental, exactly. I always spend 4 hours just writing make and having it link the libs. It's kind of a collision detection to use. It's shitty because it's a CSG behind. The world is made with CSGs right now, so I can make it easily. And CSGs are usually pretty bad in Godot. They are very thin. At least from my experience Exactly, they're not reliable. But it's fine. I will not. I won't keep that forever. Or another thing you can do is you can make your own de-penetration thingy. You can shoot a raycast every frame backward. See if you're going through something, and if you're going through something, you just move a little bit back. That's what I did in the past for bullets, because bullets were going way too fast, and they were always going through the walls. So it's relatively easy to do, honestly, but I don't think it matters in here. In the future, I will have like normal collisions. Before position, current position, shoot right between. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm thinking. I'm not sure. I want to go with a hot dog. I'm not sure what is going to be the output, right? As I'm prototyping, I'm trying to think what kind of cool stuff we could do that would be visually interesting. I was imagining the glue, but the glue is a little bit... how can I say? Generic. We need something that's also catchy, you know? And I feel like the hot dog factory, the sausage factory, stuff like that can be kind of can be a good way to hook people. Chum bucket, like chum bucket. Find a picture of O.B.O.L or haggis and stretch it to over something. For what? Like for the output, you mean? Yeah. Also, the glue could be an intermediate... Could be an intermediate thing, right? Maybe at some point it gets refined into a hot dog. I was imagining a sausage also, because the sausage could be a bit physics-based, but I'm afraid it will tank the performance if we do that. Yeah, like extract a picture of O.B.O.L over a pill shape or something. What is O.B.O.L? I mean, I will do a shape at some point, right? I will do a shape. I will just... Right now we are prototyping, so it doesn't have to look good. O.B.O.L. What is this? Is that... Are those like the organs? Also called variety meats, pluck, or organ meats is the internal organs of a butchered animal. Oh, in French, on appelle ça des abats. C'est ça? C'est des abats. The kidney... The... I can't read, it's too small. But yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. It looks gross. That's pretty cool. It looks very gross. It looks very gross. The thing is... Yeah. Maybe we have an intermediate stuff that first looks like something horrible, and then it is... Then we refine it. I'm still unsure about that. What about making into meat jelly like those AT Americans recipe? I was imagining turning it into glue. I was imagining turning it into a pink slime. But pink slime, I need to do SDF for metables. And so I'm not exactly sure how easy it will be. Are you showing or not? Show me the actual thing, you motherfucker. Are you sure? Are you serious you're not showing it? Fuck them. It's called Aspic. Aspic? Let me check. The controversy about the new God of War game is so dumb. People are very dumb, yeah. There's no controversy, honestly. There's no controversy. People that are fan are probably super interested about learning more about... Oh, but you're talking about this. I was not talking about this. I'm talking about... I'm talking about pink slime. Organ mush to turn into actual food, yeah. So yeah, I believe there's no controversy. It's just the same old people crying about everything because they're too sensitive to handle the fact that you're playing a badass woman. Honestly, fuck themselves. They can fuck themselves. Fuck them. That's what I wanted to say. Fuck them. And they should get a life, and they should learn how to enjoy things. And it's not our fault if they're miserable. It's not our fault if they're miserable. So I don't know, maybe this is not the actual thing. I think the boy will miss them. Yeah, sure, but they will play the old God of War games. It's fine. The nugget ooze. Yeah, exactly. I was imagining of turning the meat into that. That would work well with Metables. I think we could kind of get a similar shape, a gooey shape using Metables. I've done some tests. It was not super easy. I'm unsure, but it doesn't matter that much right now. It doesn't matter that much. I need to be careful though, because if, for example, I was imagining of like turning it into sausages, because it's very visual and I can imagine a very easy steam capsule with a lot of sausages and stuff. But I was imagining using bones, and I think I need to avoid that for performance reasons. I guess I could do a simple vertex shader to deform it a little bit, to kind of have like a ragdoll effect without the bones, because bones are pretty expensive, I think. Just make it a long strip of it, and you have to cut into pieces, and the more actually size your pieces, the more points you get. I'm not sure I want to go there, honestly. But yeah, I'm at a point where I don't have a lot of other things to do. I need to actually fucking do the data stuff, right? I need to do the data stuff. We need to go and do it. We need to go and do it. I can't even do that twice. It's not even fast enough. Is a low poly sound a choice or a limitation for performance? Both, I guess. I like low poly. I'm not interested at all in high fidelity. I think it looks ugly. So I prefer low poly. And as an indie dev, it's so much easier. It's so much easier. But I really believe that we, as we are going through realistic looking, very high resolution, very real graphics, I think we're going in the wrong direction with video games. Especially like all of the AAA video games doing that. It's stupid. It doesn't age well. It looks the same. And it requires incredibly beefy computers for nothing. What I'm interested in video games is interactions. I would prefer a game that has a lot more interaction, a lot more physics, a lot more cool systems than a video game that can represent the eyelashes perfectly or the hair perfectly or whatever. I don't understand this like chasing the super realistic graphics all the time. It doesn't make sense to me. And artistically, I honestly, I think the artists that are doing that must be kind of they must feel bad. At some point, it must feel bad. Like, what is your... the more realistic it is, the less artistic direction you have, I feel. So yeah, I'm not really into that. Pressing escape in here should give us the ability to do that, and we should also not be able to pause when we are doing that. That would be good. Do we have a function can pause? Let's do it in globals, I guess. If you can't pause, you return. Honestly, I prefer stylized type of game. Sometimes the realistic ones are pretty good, such as RE9 or Clear Obscure, but I prefer to see a game instead of a window in front of me. I mean, even those games, they are using high fidelity techniques and stuff, but they're still quite stylized, I would say. But I don't know, I think it's stupid. Like, all of the RTX stuff is so much bullshit. I don't understand. Like, seeing the reflection of the world in a puddle, dynamically calculated. Give me something interesting instead of spending so much resource in that. I don't really get it. I don't really get it. But it has always been like that, right? It was the same in the past. Unfortunately, people were also chasing high fidelity. But yeah. So when this is showing, this should say we can't. Oh fuck. When it's used well, sometimes it can be really good to see for me. I understand, but I don't like the performance implication. I don't like what it means in terms of performance. It requires so much performance that I think it's not worth it. That's my take on that. Maybe I can put a shortcut on this. Kind of up-to-date topic. People that want ray tracing should try the original ray tracing. Star Fox on the SNES, 15 FPS max if you're lucky, and it still kicked the whole franchise and fan base. Yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of glad, because it seems that some people are kind of fed up with that. People are now talking about Unreal Engine slop when they see a game that looks too much like Unreal Engine. You see where everything is cranked up. And I don't know. There are some very successful games out there that are incredibly stylish, very stylized. But maybe not in AAA, unfortunately. I mean, I don't care that much about AAA. The engine look we've had since UE3, but now it's more noticeable than ever, mostly due to bad performance. Yeah, it has that very distinctive default look. I think Unrecord does a decent job of integrating being realistic into the experience. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, but because it's the core of the experience, right? Because you're trying to make something that looks like it's a simulation or actual real life. But how many games need that? Not that many. Most games actually are not set in reality at all, and they would benefit from having a bit more style. But I understand what you mean. Yeah, in some cases it can make sense. The same thing would be true if you're making a simulator. Maybe you want that very realistic, or at least some parts of it needs to be very realistic, like I don't know, the way the water drops in the wind on the windshield or something. Why not? The reflections, very good reflections. Why not? But it's not just like a simple solution you can slap everywhere and be like, oh, look at it, it's now RTX. Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. The remake of Star Fox looked awful. Like, what happened to the characters? I didn't see it. The only thing that looks really bad is the fur in some lighting. They did rescale the legs a bit, I think. I also feel so iffy about games like Unrecord. I could imagine it feels terrible to play. Kind of like how Red Dead Redemption is so clunky because of the articulated movement. It's realistic, but I don't feel in control. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. The GTA games with the very animation-driven movement, I don't know if you can call it that way, where your character has like a lot of momentum, it is very physical, and it is actually moving through the world, and it's what makes you move. This is not a fun experience. It can be an interesting experience maybe in a game made specifically for that, but if it's just for the sake of, oh, it's realistic, then yeah. I didn't play Red Dead. I tried. It is so slow. It is so fucking slow. Everything is slow. And even just opening things and like trying to loot stuff is slow. And I was like, oh my god, is this really what the game is about? I can't. I can't. You should not watch it. You should not watch it? Nintendo completely messed up. Okay. I'm looking forward to try it. Okay, I need to do a shortcut on that, and then we can move on. We need to do more stuff, right? I don't want to do it, but it's going to be cool. Let's think about the future when it's going to be cool, alright? Shortcut. Shortcut, new shortcut. I think I'm going to keep it over there, I don't care. Input event action. The action. Do I have pause already? I have pause. Pressed. I'll keep it there. I don't want to create a shortcut. I go over here, I can pause. I go over here, I can remove. Perfect. I could do the upgrade though. I can do the upgrade because it's very simple. I can do the shop. I can do the shop. The character are in a bit of an uncanny valley compared to previous iterations, and some people are upset that there's no cool space boots. Anyway, I need to go play in traffic. Have fun with them. You have to go play in traffic? What do you mean? You have to be in traffic? Good luck with it then. For me, if you activate ray tracing, you should expect to play in 60 FPS, because for some games like Area 9, Cyberpunk, or even Fortnite, ray tracing means at least 60 FPS for me. Okay. I don't understand the way you see it. Like, you can't play more than 60 FPS. But I think people make a big deal of like big technologies. They're like all crazy about, for example, they're all crazy about how is it called? 4K and everything. And to be honest, I feel the same thing about 4K. I think 4K is a scam. I'm gonna say it. I think 4K, for most people, is a scam. It makes sense for some people doing some video editing, some specific work, whatever. For most people, it's a scam. Nothing is actually 4K, so they actually display stuff that is upscaled. It looks blurry. Or it's the same amount of bitrate, so they end up with a worse quality of image. It's useless. The same thing is true for high refresh rate on phones. There are a lot of things that are very stupid in my opinion. Like ultra high refresh rate on phones makes no sense to me. I don't understand why you need more than like 120 FPS on your phone. I have the ability on my phone to go at like, I think 120 FPS. But it uses so much power. And then you can put into variable refresh rate. But realistically, it's a phone. Why do I need to watch stuff at like 120 FPS? For a gaming computer where you play some games, some competitive games at like 120 FPS or more, okay, I understand. But on a phone? is if it's just to have that feeling that it's like a little bit fast, like come on. If ray tracing impacts your performance, I would not complain about having it less than 120 FPS. Oh, yeah. But that's the point. That's the point. It impacts FPS, and in my opinion, it is better to have higher FPS than to have ray tracing. I would trade 120 FPS constant on an 100 FPS screen all the time. I don't care about RTX. I would prefer to have smoother frame rate and higher frame rate all the time, and maybe even slightly increased resolution. But I don't care about ray tracing, honestly. I really don't. But I don't know. Should we do the shop? The shop is relatively easy, I think. It's probably relatively easy to implement. I think it's pretty easy to implement. Let's do the shop. Let's start with the shop, because I'm gonna struggle with the rest. And that might give me a little boost. A little motivation boost. So, for this, I'm gonna have a new folder called Resources. The resources are usually what color? I think my resources are gray, but I think we need to change that. Maybe blue? No. Purple, shared, pink. They are pink, for sure. We can put something like the shop. I'm gonna create a new resource. Not a new resource, sorry. A new script. Template. I want resource, and it's going to be shop item resource. Class name shop item resource. Okay. It's gonna have something after we do init. It's gonna have an initialize function. Lies. I'm struggling. It's gonna have an initialize function. I'm going to call the shop manager. This is going to be initialized somewhere else if we ever need to. So it's going to have a name. Come on, I can't write today. It's going to have a description. It's going to have a price, I guess. It's going to have an attached scene, I think. Right? The actual item scene. The actual scene. Do we need anything else? You have the thing. Yeah, I think that's it. For me, it depends on what type of game. Because for a game like Fortnite, I would never actually activate Lumen or even Nanite. But for a story game, I would crank up all the settings to the maximum I could. Yeah, okay, fair enough. It makes sense. You're right. It's not... For some games, it makes sense. I would argue the same way, a more realistic look can actually make sense for some games. It might be totally fine in a game like Hellblade that is heavily... that is very centered around the story, and the actual gameplay is not that deep. Maybe it makes sense to have like top-notch reflections and everything. I still think it's sometimes a band-aid or a cheap way to not work on an actual art direction, though. I would argue. It can be an easy way to not do the effort. It needs an icon also. Do you agree? It needs a fucking icon. So export var icon. In Godot texture 2D. We can have a default icon for now, by the way, with this. Yeah. Let's create a bunch of new resources with that. At least 2. Resource. Is there a way in Godot to get the thumbnail of a scene easily? I guess we have access to that somehow. I think I tried that in the past, but I don't remember. So instead what I could do is I can make a tool script that loads the object that I want and creates the thumbnail for me. It might be better that way. I'm in control of exactly how it looks, because the default thumbnails might not look the way I want. I don't know. Box. Do I call it resource every time? I don't think so, right? Or do I call it item box, shop item? I think I will call it shop something, that way I know what it is. We'll have... What kind of resource is this? Was this an error? It was an error. New resource. Shop item resource. Shop box. Okay, it's probably a small one. I want another one for the cannon. I want shop cannon. Okay, I have those two. Name, box, description, a box, and the scene is rigid body base. Absolutely not. The scene is... I didn't call it the box, I call it basket or something. Rigid basket. Price 0. Let's say it costs like 5. I don't know. The cannon costs like 10. Maybe for the test I need to make it like very inexpensive so I can try it actually. Let's call it 1. The naming here will be cannon. A fucking cannon. I don't care about translation for now. I don't want to do translation for now. I want to keep it simple. And one thing that really slowed me down in other games is having to go back and forth with my CSV to change the name and everything. So I'll just write them down manually and I'll go through the text and modify them later. Fortunately, this game should not have a lot of text, so it should be totally fine. I start to have the Discord DMs. Hello, Seto. Oh my god. Instant ignore for me. Hey, you know one of your YouTube videos is an AI dataset. What do you mean, Skyfer? How do you know that, and what do you mean by that? Skibidi bop. AI watchdog, literally. Okay, let me take a look at that. I just wrap everything in TR now and leave it like that. The text will appear just fine, and you can later en masse replace with the proper unique IDs. Not really, though. How would you mass replace with that? Because you would say... Because you know you can treat that as the English version, and then you replace it with the corresponding key. But I'm not sure I'm going to keep that for the translation. But it's interesting. Using TR everywhere where you know it's going to be translated, even though you're not translating it, is interesting. I didn't think about that. So how does that work? How does that work? AI Watchdog, the Atlantic ongoing investigation of the books, videos, and other media used by the world's most powerful tech companies to train their AI models. It will partially fall apart with identical words for different concepts, but other than that, should be fine. Yeah, fair enough. The thing is, it's fast enough for me to replace them manually, compared to having to do something that looks at the CSV. I don't know. Indexed AI datasets. Like, some of the datasets are public? My god, it takes forever. Some of them are, yes. Why would they do that? But I mean, I'm not surprised. We know it was instant for me. Okay. we know that YouTube is doing that, for example. We know. Loading dataset explorer, preparing search interface. I feel like it's brokey. Failed to load a resource. Server responded to a stadio 404. Error blocked by client. Oh yeah, I'll probably have some things paused on this site. I probably have some things that don't let them do this. uBlock maybe. What? uBlock doesn't load? Okay, I have an idea. Same thing. Maybe it's just broken now. Just open in a private window. I'm opening in a private window, but it's doing the same. It is very possible that it's shit. I mean, also I have a DNS blocker, so maybe they're doing something. Ah, it works on... it didn't work on Chrome, but it works on Firefox. One video. Game development is hard. Wow. That is nuts. Chrome sucks, yeah. I should continue with my xlif extension module, good old CSV format, and the import localization stuff feels just odd. Why do you say it feels odd? Wow. I'm interested why just this one. I guess it's because this one had a lot of views, and so maybe it got trained on videos that had a certain amount of views, and this one has like... It's probably sitting at like 2.8 million views, I think. Let me check. It was 4 years ago. 2.7 million views. The fact that they still have their... I still have the sponsor in them. I should have removed the sponsor so long ago. The amount of money I got paid for that sponsor, considering the fact that I made 2.6 million views, is nuts. It is nuts. Yeah, this is fucking nuts. You basically have that precompiled blob in your project, not just the actual translation. All the file, and the file isn't automatically imported, loaded behind the scenes. Okay. Okay, so it's just linking to the video, right? Okay. Interesting. How do you write Marcus Brownlee? Do you know? MKBHD, I should. MKB. HD. HD. No suggestion. MKBHD. What? Interesting. 4 vidéos. Comment réussir dans le design. Les meilleurs. Je découvre le design système du gouvernement. Oh, this is so fun. So fun and also not fun, but... And do you think I have Mr. Elliot teach? I don't think so. It's too recent. And Mr. Beast, they don't want to train on Mr. Beast. It's too shit. Right? Fuck, they do. 687 video. Oh. Oh, and there's another one. Oh, Runway. Why is their dataset public? Runway. Runway, it's a video generation stuff. Temporal inter. What the fuck? This is so not normal. This is so not normal. You mistyped your own channel name. I did? Maybe. Heights have an unimaginable proportions. Yeah, that's fucking nuts. That is fucking nuts. Mr. Ellie Peach or so. Sometimes I type too fast and I'm and I have this tendency to write a little bit wrong. So the way I'm going to do it is I think I'm always going to have like the window appear as a window, you know, something like that. I will try to do that fast. Okay. Oh, I forgot. My current scene is right there. So it is limited already. It can be the full scene, it doesn't matter. My current scene is already limited to something that is 4 by 5. So it's going to be a window in the middle. We are going to lose some amount of space by doing that, but I think it's fine. It's going to give us a more interesting look. Hey, by the way, I wanted my whole OS to be in a 4 by 5 window. In a 4 by 3 window. Maybe I'll do in the future. The Peach Elite. Elite Peach. That sounds fun, honestly. That sounds fun. So let's do a control node. Oh, fucking hell, I can't type. Let's do a control node. Let's call it the shop. And immediately, the first thing we need to do, which is the most important thing to do in this case, is to go over here, to go on add-ons. We already have add icons over here. Open up the icon picker. Open up the icon picker and find a shop. No. I hate the fact that the search is kind of broken because you have to search the exact same thing, and so shop will not work. And I don't know what is the word that they're using for something that looks like a shop. You know what I mean? Do you get it? So I'm gonna do a PR, and I'm gonna ask them to add like aliases to the names, so we can add more aliases and we can find stuff more easily, because it's very awful right now. Cart, market probably works. It doesn't. Cart, it doesn't. But maybe it doesn't exist. It's also totally possible. They're updating the thing with new icons, but right now it's possible that they don't have an icon for a shop. It is possible. There's a basket. You saw a basket? Yeah, the basketball. To the left of bomb. Yeah, unfortunately... where did you see that? No, a basket as in something to carry. Ah, okay. So how would it be called then? Bottom left. Next to the bomb. I should read your stuff. There's one row, then one row above. Go to the bowling ball at the first column. Bowling ball, the first column. Okay. Then one row above. Where do you see a basket? This? This is a boat. It's actually a ship. Yes, it is a ship, unfortunately. That's a ship. It's a fucking ship, you motherfucker. This is game development right there, guys. If you don't know, this is game development. It's finding the right icon for something. It is really crucial to game development. If you don't do that, then you're not really developing a game. You're developing something. And developing something is less good. You need to develop a game. So you need custom icons. I thought it was a backpack. Very important, yeah. Oh, there's no shop. Can you believe it? It's like the first thing you would need. A shop. Oh, I'm so sad. I am so sad. I hate it. I hate it and I will complain. Maybe there's a new version of at icons, to be honest. Let me check. Because I know they were working on a new version. 1.1.1. What is my version? Can I see it? What is my version right now? How do I know the version? Last updated the 10th of June, so that's not. There's a weight at the end, which could also be like a basket, probably. What? There's a weight at the end. Second to last row, second to last column. Second to last. Oh, this. Oh yeah, it's true. It kind of looks like a shop, like a thing. Honestly, I would pick a random icon and change it when I found a better one. You would do that, but you're not me, and I want a good icon. That's the difference between you and me, you know? That's the difference between you and me. I want the right icon. You'll never finish the game that way. Exactly. The only way to finish a game is to find the right icons. It is very important to understand that. It is the root of productivity. The root of productivity. Naming your classes and having the right things. Best part is you can't find an icon, switch the icon set, now another icon is missing. Exactly. The good thing about @icons is that it's open source, but I don't know if they allow contributions, because maybe you're not making icons the same way they are. But yeah, it's a pretty cool thingy. I like it. Okay. Always grab icons from icons.gis.org. The good thing about this tool, the icons are there. You have this little browser, then you click on an icon and you have the icon declaration. Like, it's made for Godot, so it's a little bit easier to use, you know. You don't have to think too much about it. That's neat. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's do a very simple thing for now, and we'll make it better later. Right? Just to get an idea, I'll have at the top a panel that will be like the top bar, but the decoration, of course, we'll turn that into a real decoration later on. Decoration, shit. Let's do that. This is the BG, and that is it. I think we'll use a grid container. Are we using a grid container? Yeah, I guess so. I don't like the grid containers, to be honest. It's kind of shit. But, we probably need... This is going to get reduced. We probably need to show the dollar amount that you have. I need to duplicate the dollar amount. Otherwise, you don't know what you can buy. Shit. We kind of need a small button. It's going out, but it's fine. Exit button. Disappear. We'll need a function called appear. And a function called disappear. Right. Do I need a manager for the shopping stuff? Do I need a manager, or can I let the UI... I don't really want the UI to be the manager for that. Because if the UI doesn't appear, I want to be able to spawn stuff using the thing. Okay, so for now, we'll do show and hide. Later, we'll do a proper animation. We need a button. We need a button, but I think we're just going to use a very simple button. I will do something interesting. I will go and open up to the FBI. FBI, open up! UI buttons. I want the icon button. And I want to call that the shop button. I think it's going to be generic, honestly. Right now it's a shop button, but I'm probably going to do a generic button that has like a pop-up. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Do I do it right now? I mean, I will need that, so why not? I will create a panel container in which we will have a margin, probably, even though I don't like margin containers. Do you like margin containers? I don't. I don't like margin containers. I think they're ugly. I think they're ugly and stupid. La li la la loo. I love UI too much, so I need to be careful. This is my biggest issue. I love UI too much. I could spend my entire day doing UI. It's not a good thing. Ba da 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 dee. Ba dee da da doo. Ba dee da da da. Doo dee dee da da da. Ah, motherfucker. Especially in this project, because I'll spend some time to do like a fake OS. It's going to be nice. Accessibility region. What is this? This container is marked as a region for accessibility. Use control accessibility name to give the region a descriptive name. Screen readers can navigate between regions using landmark navigation. Okay. Pretty cool. Pretty cool, Mr. Navigation. Pretty cool, Mr. Navigation. Bee. Babby badaboo. Bee. Babby badaboo. Bee. Babby badaboo. Title test. Oh my god, it's huge. Huge. Oh, but because my base button is really, really small, I'll make it bigger, by the way. I want to make it like at least 64. Yeah. So I get a better idea of what the size of this should be. Da da dee da dee da dee da dee da da. Da da dee da dee da dee da dee da da. Da dee da dee da dee da dee dee. Ra. Da da dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 dee da da dee do 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 dee do 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 dee da 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 dee da 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 dee dee da da dee 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 do 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 do. Tooltip. In the future, I'll make that a proper reusable tooltip. For now, we don't fucking care. We transform it 0.5, 1.0 pivot offset. And I will force myself to not juice it. It will be difficult, but I will force myself to not juice it at all. Which will be horrible. Func, ready, pass. In here we'll have a res, which will be a shop item resource. And we can say if res, we can say title.text is equal to res.name. In here we want description. In here we want description. And in the icon, Grakiku du Grakuka. Grakiku du Grakuka. Icon texture. Icon. How can I call it? Icon. How can I call it so it's not the same? I don't want to call it icon texture. It's stupid. Res.texture. Res.icon. Skibidi bop. Skibidi bop bop bop. Yep. Skibidi bobbidi bop. On mouse entered, you want the tooltip scale to be vector2.0 and the scale to be 1 in here. Okay. And we can do it at the beginning. 0. Okay. What do we do in the shop? Do we spawn the scene? Maybe we do. Export subgroup. No. Export subgroup dependencies. Add export shop scene packed scene. Da 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 da. Da-dee-da-dee-da-dee, da-dee-da-da-da-dee, da-da-doo. Okay. Shop scene. Func spawn. Spawn as current. And we can probably do func remove current. If it's 0, fuck. If it's 0, we return. Right? Right now, I kind of want to make my life simple, so I can do if it has method. Later on, we'll do a better stuff, but if it has the method that, then I call the method disappear. I forgot the if. Otherwise, we'll queue free. Right. Spawn as current, and we need to tell the scene that we have to spawn as current. And so in here, spawn as current on the shop, you want to do shop scene. Do I want to remove current manually? Maybe. Hey, E5, how are you doing? So, we can do var instance, we don't know what it is, we can assume it's a control. We can do scene, instantiate. And then we can do current scene, add fucking child, and we can add fucking child instance. Maybe we can say, maybe we want to know. Maybe we want to know, so has signal. If you have the signal finished, then maybe I'm using it. Current scene finished, connect on current scene finished. I don't know if it's useful. It might be if we want to do something specific. Right, we could do this. Home office, go back to work. You're working from home? Hey! Ba-ba-bee, ba-ba-boo, beep-ba-beep-ba-bee, ba-ba-beep-ba-boo, ba-beep-ba-boo. Actually, you want a queue free in here, right? And in here, you kind of want to appear automatically, and in here, you want to have a signal called finished. I will do a proper base scene, and they will all inherit from that in the thing. But let's see if it works right now. Oh, I didn't create a new button. Oh, fuck me. I forgot. Shop button. I forgot. Can you believe that? Shop button. Icon button. I want to remove all of that. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Come again. There's no ready in here. Oh my god. Home office with guilty conscience when watching you. No, don't feel that way. Many people are doing that, don't worry. We go over here, nothing works. Why nothing works? Because that's kind of cool. Isn't that kind of cool? It is kind of cool. So let's do the shop. Let's do the fucking shop. Mr. Shop. Mr. Potter. So it's part of the decoration to have a title. Should the title be at the center? I guess. Window title, right? And so in here it's going to be a shop. BB code is enabled. Maybe it moves in the future. It's like brrr, brrr, brrr. And so in the grid container, we need to fill in. Funk fill in. La li la li la li la. Li da di la. Li da di la. Li da li. Li da di la. Li da di la. Li da di da. Da di. Di da di da. Di da di da. Di da di da. Di da di. Da di da di da di da. Di da di da. Di da di da di da di. Disappeared finished. I don't know if it can exist really. I know it's not the same engine, but do you know how can make a spawner in Unity? I have no idea, but I guess you just put something with a script on it and you pass a prefab as an exported variable. I think exported variables in Unity are like a serialized function. Like, how are they called? You put something and then it appears in the editor, right? Something like serialized something. So I guess that's just it. In my case, a spawner is that. A spawner can also... Maybe you can provide like a container, like where do you want to spawn that? So maybe a position and something. But that's basically it. Serialized field, exactly, serialized field. I've seen people talk about that. I'm wondering how I'm handling this. Skibidi bop, skibidi bop bop, skibidi bobbidi 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 bop, skibidi bobbidi 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 bop. Do I have like a manager that sends a signal? I'm trying to imagine what's happening in here. I do have a manager. Theoretically, I have like an item manager. Do I really need an item manager for that? I can, but realistically it needs to also know where the dispenser is, so... I feel like the item manager could be here, you know? It could be a node. We do item manager, because the only issue I see with this is that it's not in my playground. It doesn't exist in my playground. But I can think about that later. I can always turn it into a... I can always turn it into something else if I need to. Oh my god. Item manager. Item manager, it needs a custom thing. Do you agree? It needs a custom icon. But I don't know which one. A punching glove? No. You know what? This feels like an item manager to me. Let's go with this. Class fucking name. Item manager. It needs a spawner. The dispenser has a spawner, right? It has a spawner that is predefined, so we need a spawner that is like generic or just a item spawner. Item spawner. It would be nice to have the reference to them, and we do have the reference to them. Do we like that? Do we like that we have to do this? Maybe not. But I don't want to do request and stuff. I want to do less signals in this project. In my previous project, I was trying to decouple everything by using a bunch of signals. The reality is a bit stupid in my opinion, because at the end of the day, you rely on those signals. So yes, it's decoupled in the sense that if the thing that receives the signal doesn't exist, it doesn't do anything. But it doesn't do anything, and you want to do something. So in a way, having a direct reference sometimes feel more messy because you have to like grab the reference and put it right there. But the good thing is that if the reference is not here, it breaks kind of immediately. It doesn't break silently. I used a lot of signals in the past, and I feel like it gets a little bit messy. I want to reduce it a little bit. I think it's fine. I have a situation where a bunch of things are not going to be dynamic. So I think it's fine. And the day I want it to be a bit more dynamic, I'll rethink it. Yeah, I'll rethink it. I think it's fine. Anyway, let's go. I want the item spawner, and it's a spawner. And so you want the item spawner, which is right there. Okay, so my item manager for now, I'm going to do something very simple. I'm going to do an export var items. It's going to be an array of resources, which are shop item resources. Shop item resources, okay? And I'm going to drag and... Oh my god. And I'm going to drag and drop right over there, and it creates that. Perfect. I have my items. How do I connect the two? How do I connect the two? I will put it in here. Item manager, it is self. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm curious how you do this. I've done it so many different ways. Every time I'm doing a new game, I'm doing it differently. Like how the different systems need to talk to each other, I've done it differently every time. Because I feel like there's no best way. It depends on many different things. So for item, which is a shop item resource in global's item manager items, you want to add a little button, right? So you want to do instance shop item shop button. We don't have the shop button right over there. Let's do it. Oh my god, I need to do that more often. Let me do something. Let me do something that Firebelly talked about, and I never used that node. And usually when Godot provides something, I use it. I've never used that node. I don't know if you've used it also, if you've done it, but I've never used it. It is the placeholder stuff. How is it called? I know you mark an item as placeholder, right? Oh my god, how does that work? You do shop button, you put it over there. Huh? What? Since when my button is so... What? What? It's gonna have 4. Do we need to have a minimum size in here? We need to have a minimum size, right? 64, otherwise it explodes in the shop. Okay. I didn't think about the fact this can be locked. Decoration, this can be locked. Exit button, this can be locked. And the grid container, it can be a little bit more like that. Maybe we'll put some... Sorry. So I have my button over there. This is not amazing. We'll find a way. We'll find a way. We could have this tooltip. We could give it a border, honestly, of 2 pixels. Yeah, doesn't look incredibly good, but we could do that to separate it a little bit more. We'll work on something better in the future, okay? So we can do this, and we can right-click on this, load as placeholder. Right? I don't remember how it works. Fire Bailey. Let me watch a tutorial. I could read the documentation, but I know he made a video, so let's watch the video instead. That way you learn something too. Are you ready? Are you ready? This is something that I think, if I understand how it works and I like it, I think I'm going to use it very, very often.
Hundreds of built-in nodes that you can use, but there's one you may not have heard of. This is the instance placeholder node. When you instantiate a scene through the editor, you will see this option called load as placeholder when you right-click the instantiated scene. This makes no immediately noticeable difference. However, this can be very powerful. In my game Alchemortis, which you can wishlist on Steam by the way, I make good use of this for UI elements that need to be dynamically created. As an example, I have my card inspector UI, which needs to show any number of abilities a card has. I have a separate scene called an ability label. This label displays information about one ability. Rather than preloading the label scene and manually instantiating the scene and adding that scene instance to my UI for each ability, I can instead mark the ability as load as placeholder. Then, in the code, I simply need to refer to the placeholder, remember it will be a type of instance placeholder, and call create instance on it. This creates an instance of my ability label at the same spot in the scene tree as the instance placeholder. No scene preloading or add child calls required. Additionally, marking the scene as a placeholder also displays it in the editor as if it were instantiated, which can help to visualize your UI, for example, without that scene being present in the tree automatically during runtime. The docs say this instance placeholder can be used effectively to delay loading of large scenes, which may help depending on your use case, but I like using it for the purpose of managing dynamic UI elements.
That is very, very, very useful. Yeah. And I've been instantiating my UI element like a fucking moron manually. And it's true that when it's dynamic, the problem is that you don't see in advance how it's going to look like, which can be a problem. So we have our shop button. Let's call it placeholder. Okay. It is marked as placeholder. Now we can go over here, grab the value. I think Godot is going to mark it as placeholder immediately. No, it did not. So we need to do the placeholder thing in here. We need to say instance placeholder. Okay. It is a pain to make it appear, disappear or so. That was not my issue, but I see what you mean. And then what we can do, var duplicate, or I call it instant. I still need to do that, right? It's going to be a shop button, and I do that, and I do create instance, replace bool is equal to false, custom scene. Do I need to do anything else? Okay, let me read. Create instance. Call this method to actually load in the node. The created node will be placed as a sibling above the instance placeholder in the tree. The node's reference is also returned for convenience. Okay. Is that it? But it's going to add another one, so maybe I should do replace. We'll see. So for item, which is a shop item, in global's item manager, I want to do that. It's returned, but I don't need to do it. I don't need to get the return, I think. I mean, I maybe I could without it. To me, it's not a problem without it, but okay. Type object. Oh, item manager items, motherfucker. Shop. I have 2 of them, so it has replaced it, I think. Right? This is cool. This is really cool. I still need to put a bunch of them to see how it's going to look like, though. Maybe we can make that a little bit bigger. What do you think? Our shop button could be at least 96. Yeah, I think it's fine. And in the grid container, we want constant. We want at least 15 between them, maybe 20. Da-da-dee-da-dee-da-doo. Okay, I can remove that. Let's see. I go over here, I go to the shop, and I have title test and title test. Very cool. It didn't work though. It didn't work because the only issue is that it's added to the scene. The only issue is if it doesn't have the dynamic data, it might be a problem because you're expecting the ready function to go through the thing. In my case, when I instance a new object, it usually has data that it needs to reflect. So I guess it's added to the tree too early, right? In this particular case. Create instance is not thread safe. Create instance. So in my case, I can call instance res is equal to item. The problem is that it's going to be done, in my opinion, it's going to be done too late. Yeah, it doesn't have the res in here, so I need to take that into consideration. I need to take that into consideration. It asks me to modify a little bit the way I usually program, but I think it's fine. So we can do it in here, but you can also do like a set get, set new res. You can do res is equal to new res, and you can do reflect res. Da da dee da dee da da. And maybe what you can do. Do you always call it like that, or do you say if what? Can I should not do red. Yeah, if is inside tree. So if you're not inside tree, you await ready, and then you do reflect res. Okay, that should be better now. We go over here, we go over here. Oh my god, look at that. Box and cannon. Okay, very, very cool. We still need to know if those are pressed. But it's kind of fine because we can do it in here. So we can say func on item on shop button pressed. And we are going to pass the shop button, right? We're going to pass the shop button. So we can say instance pressed, and we can bind instance. And in here we can say if shop button res. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? We call the item manager, and we call the item spawner maybe, or we just say spawn. And we pass the shop button dot res, something like that, I guess. What is the problem then? What the fuck? I forgot the connect method. We also have an issue in here because my description looks like nothing. First of all, it needs to fit the content. Hello there. Hello there. This is a description that will describe stuff. Okay. Let's margin that a little bit. Okay. Not too bad, not too shabby. The default color should be this color. Maybe it's a little bit big. Maybe we can reduce that. 18. We'll see. So we press, we do that. And in the item manager, we have like a spawn function. What did I call it? Spawn. Maybe spawn item to be more clear. And it wants an item res, which is going to be shop item resource. And it just does item spawner. To spawn is equal to item res scene. And then it's going item spawner spawn. It's spawning it at the same spot. Do we have anything else to do? To node data? No. It's fine. And this is called spawn item. This is something that I hate with Godot, right? When you do this, it tells you what function it knows. It's asking me, it's proposing spawn item, right? But if I say spawn like that, no problem. No fucking problem. I really hate that behavior. Okay, we need to do a test. So let's open up. We see that there is nothing, right? We go over here. We do shop. We do box. I think I clicked on it. Oh, there's a box. There's a fucking box. Let's go and grab a cannon. Okay, I should see the money and everything, but yeah. It spawned the cannon, but the cannon is not physics-based, so it didn't fall down. Right? The day's completed. Shift ended. I should go back to my room. Goodbye. We kind of have a shop. That's cool. I guess we need to see the price. I guess we need to see the price on those things. Do I put the price below? A cannon. Yeah, a cannon. What do you think? It needs to take into account the... it needs to take into account the price. And maybe tell us how many we have. Fuck, I didn't take it. Oh no, the day's complete. I'm definitely going to add like a little game that you can play in here. That is for sure. And maybe you even have, in the start menu, you have something. If I have time, I will procrastinate on that at some point. The cannon shoots you with a cannon if you violate the established lore. I was wondering if it was 2 N's or not, but I decided to do 1 N. I'm never sure myself. I think in French we have 2 N's, but I'm not sure. The days are too small. Too short. Too short. In German, it's Kanon for the lore rules. Kanon for the gun. Ah. Scrap the hole. The gameplay is now juggling the meat with the ground pound. I'm trying to go through the wall, but it doesn't work. Oh yeah, what happens if you take the meat and you put it on your like in your room? What happens to that if you do this? There is an FPS for gameplay there, where you ground pound the objects to make them fly and kick them into your enemies. That's exactly what I was doing in Hyper Cafe. In the game where that controller is coming from. Can you throw the meat into the grinder and get a bonus for something, like rewarding the player for playing basketball? I guess you at least get an achievement, but I don't know if you get... Maybe you get a bonus, like maybe you get an air time bonus. The longer the meat goes into the air, the more it's worth. Is that a sequel to the cafe fulfillment game with Pigeon? Yeah, kind of. Do you know about that? This is a bug that I've seen the other day. It's super fun. Basically, when I ground pound into the hole, the hole is just pushing me, but I'm still ground pounding at the moment because it didn't see the floor or something. And so now I can walk on the ceiling. It's kind of a fun issue, but I'm stuck there. That's the only problem. I'm stuck there. Oh, this should open like that, honestly. Okay, we need to go. Now that I've done the shop, well, the shop needs more stuff, but let me do something. It is so hot in my room at the moment. It is really, really fucking hot. Shop. What is the shop? The shop is shop UI. Okay, it kind of need to... Have you tried reducing clothing? I'm at the limit right now. Sending you virtual ice cubes. Thank you, Andreas. Thank you. I think I should put my fan in the other direction. I was trying to remove the heat from the room, but it doesn't work anymore. I thought about something in here. What was that thing? Oh yeah, this door. This door need an interactable physical. This needs to be an array of interactable. This needs to be an array of interactable. So if interactables is empty, you can say no interactable set, and then you can say for interactable, which is an interactable in interactables, which is a set of interactable. You can do that. Ururu-da-dee, ururu-do, iri-da-do-do, do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. We can't fall back. So we don't fall back. We don't fall back, we just return. No object to rotate defined. It's not possible. Bonjour, hello doctor. How warm is it outside or inside? Outside is 36. 36. 38. 38. Inside, I don't have the thermometer here, but it's probably 35. No, not 35. I mean, in my room, it's pretty hot. Imagine just a bunch of Ice Cube's clones walks in right now. It would definitely get hotter. What would they say? What would they say? What would be the phrase that they would tell us? What does Ice Cube? What is Ice Cube saying? Like, yo, it's Ice Cube, something like that. How did they manage to make an entire ID in the engine? Good question. Honestly, I don't know. For me, it's 42. Oh my god. Where do you live? Everyone asks how hot outside, but nobody asks how hot is it inside of you. Inside of me, it's probably like 37, right? I guess. If I had to guess. If I had to guess. I put the wrong stuff. Interactable physical. I would like to be physical. Physical. Or physical. Or physical. I would like to be physical. I would like to be physical. Ah, it didn't work. Set highlight in base in interactor area. Why do you not have the interact overlay, you motherfucker? What? Set highlight state and base nil. Do 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 do. As interactable click. Ooh. Ooh, brother, ooh. I was trying to do something that didn't work. Ooh. Get the best candidate. It can return an interactable that is not if interactable, if area is if it's not interactable click, then you don't do that. I just want the interactable clicks, otherwise it's going to be an issue. Oh my god, what the fuck? Interactable physical. Okay, I'm forcing just interactable click, okay? Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't write. Have you tried naming classes lowercase just to be a bad boy? I hate that. In Lingen. In Gironde. In Langon, precisely. I thought you were going to say Langdon. Langdon! Oh my god, it's only 23 outside and it's 25 in my room, but I'm like, nah, it's too much already. I totally understand that. Hello, let me introduce myself. I make idiotic jokes and wordplays. So we can open it like that. Which is fine, but is it really fun when you can do this? Well, theoretically, you don't have to run on it. You can just do this, and it will open. But I find it funnier to be able to like go on it really fast. I need to make the interaction more better. It can close on yourself like, ah, no, ow. That's kind of fun. It doesn't want to close because of you, like, oh, like it's pushing you. That's kind of fun. The day has been completed. I'm sad. I would pay to make the outside only 23.25. Fuck. So what is this? This is an incremental horror game about processing meat. But right now we don't have any incremental stuff, so we need to do it. Where do I put the price? Where do I put the price? Like next to the text? Incremental tree. The incremental tree. Where are they putting the price in incremental games? For example. Or are hard. I'm not sure what you're saying. Ah, the price is not shown. Interesting. The price is only shown here in the tooltip. You've said it's an incremental horror game, and then I added, but don't have incremental yet, or added, or horror. Okay, okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. So the price is not necessarily going to show, right? It's not necessarily going to show. I don't think it's fine. Will the sausage be made out of people? Partly, yeah. Welcome to WordPress. Your account was accessed via an email logging link. I do have a WordPress account. What the fuck? Sorry, I'm just saving something. Or some spammer. It means someone tried to log in. Possibly mistyped yours. Mistyped mine. Trying to spam using their form. Seen that too. Spammer entered the address trying to spam using their form. Oh. Okay. But I don't have WordPress. I don't understand what they're doing with this. Maybe a scam to grab the login to a phishing link. That's true. I am so hot at the moment. Never click a link in the email. It's not a link in an email. I'm on WordPress.com right now. Yeah, I am on WordPress.com. And I have my email account and everything. That I probably created a long time ago, I don't even remember. Okay. I enabled 2FA. The old days when scammers would call the kid me and say, "Mommy, mommy, into her correction, I need money." Why do I have an account? Can I change my security? Account email, two-step. Two-step is enabled, you motherfucker. Recovery email, recovery SMS, SSH key. Connected apps, I have Gravatar and WordPress. Never click game invites in Discord, true. Do you have a Gravatar account? I think they got bought ages ago. Gravatar is such a bad system, it doesn't even work correctly. Password, let me generate a new password. La-da-lee-da. It is really weird that you don't have to on WordPress, you don't even have to put your old one. This is weird as fuck. Add username. Hello. Hello. It's fun till you learn to still do these calls, but use GenAI to fix voices. Yeah, true. Yeah, Gravatar. Gravatar is a shit service. La da lee da dee da dee la la dee. Da da dee da dee da da. Da da dee dee da do. Da dee do. Do do dee da. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, yeah, you. Yeah, yeah, you. How's the incremental game doing? It's not really incrementally at the moment. It's not incrementing. What's your favorite no shit service? I think I don't like services in general. Do you have a good service to recommend? I think most services are bad. No? La da lee la dee da dee la la dee. La da dee da dee da dee doo dee doo. Doo dee da da doo. Doo dee da da da. Dee da dee. Dee da dee da da. Dee da dee da dee da dee da dee da dee da doo. Da dee dee da dee da doo dee da 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 doo. Da da dee da dee. Oh, so it's still the same? Probably, yeah. I've added a shop. I'm just adding a shop to buy items. It would be nice. It would be nice to reflect the price, to reflect the money. To reflect money, something like that. But I'm too lazy to do it now. I just don't want to be able to purchase if we don't have enough money. So I guess the Shopee shop should say, can we buy? Skibbity bop. Skibbity bop, skibbity bop, skibbity bop, 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 skibbity bop, skibbity bop, skibbity bop, bop, bop. Skibbity bop, skibbity bop, skibbity bop, bop, bop. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dap, 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 bop-bop-bop. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dap, ba-da-ba-da-ba-dap, ba-da-ba-da-ba-dap. Bop-bop-bop-bop-bop-bop. Bop-bop-bop-bop-bop. Bum 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 bum. What are you doing? I'm vocal stimming at the moment. Oh no, it's not going at the bottom. It's not going at the bottom. Ah! 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 I want you to go at the bottom, you motherfucker. I'm gonna lie, I'm low-key learning from you. Make scripting looks easy. You should especially learn how I sing. I think this is my biggest. This is the thing I'm the best at. What is happening? Why is it doing that weird shit? Could it be? I don't know how much money I have. And I can't see that because I'm in the OS. Not enough money. I love how the UI bouncers. Yeah. I refrain myself from juicing it right now. But I already have juice because I grabbed some stuff from an older project. Okay, we really need to put in place the incremental part, guys. We really need to do it. But first, I'm going to take a break. Look at this beautiful hot dog. We can put it on... Hey, my hot dog. We can put it on our face. Look at that. Hot dog. This is the horror part. Hot dog colliding with us. The big hot dog is here to kill you. Goodbye. Oh, it closed the door. The hot dog closed the door. Isn't that crazy? Look at that. Is that an immersive sim or what? Is that an immersive sim or what? Fucking close the door. That is nuts. And what is going to be the horror part about this game? I don't know. The meat, the blood everywhere and everything. Hey, gonads, hello. Sliding in a horror game, yeah. Isn't that cool? It would be fun to be able to grind yourself. We really need to work on the incremental. But it's so much fun. Oh shit. Come on! The door is now stupid. Maybe the meat eventually forms into a big creature and you have to fight it in an ultra kill. No. But I thought about something. Honestly, making an FPS, an incremental FPS would be fun. I'm pretty sure it would be a fun type of game. It would need to be not too hard. But I'm pretty sure the skill-based aspect that we find in Astro Prospector and other games can be fun in 3D. Okay, I'm taking a quick break. I need to grab something. I need to cool down a little bit. See you in 5. Enjoy the clips, and I'll be right back. And we'll do the incremental part. I promise. I promise I will do it. I promise I will do it. What? Alien? What? Pure lies. I will do it, I promise. We have to. Look, it's right there. Upgrade tree. It's ready. It's ready for us to go there. Look at that. Look at that. The movement tech in this game is crazy. Okay, let's go. Be right back. Ok. Mais maman, j'en ai marre d'être surveillé par tout le monde. C'est quoi ces histoires de data? J'ai 4 ans, je ne comprends pas. Imitation of my cat. This is the door in front. This is the door right there. Imitation. That's it. She sits there. If I do it fast enough, I can just make it rotate. Like a helicopter. But with a label. Back. That's pretty cool. Always good to have a dying children in games. Exactly. Dying children are the best thing. So is to automate my standing desk, because at the moment I have to hold the button. So I want to use a simple thingy to do that. Fuck, my light fell. Sorry. Like, hey, I'm just looking. I'm just looking. Okay? Do you have any colors? I'm looking at that. Do you have any colors? Do you? And the first thing we do is we create indices. Ha! Ha! You didn't think about that. You didn't think about that. We are sending the total multiplier them. So they just continue speaking speaking English with their French accent, and people will also mock them, because then they will say, oh, you have a French accent when you... So whatever you do, you are fucked. The only thing you can do is keep all of that and try to have a good accent, like from the get-go. And if you have a good accent from the get-go, then it's fine. People are like, oh my god, you have such a good accent, how do you do it? You fucker! You need to try! I need to stop doing that, sorry. Sorry. Sorry, but at the same time, I'm not really sorry, I think, you know? Okay, okay. This one I feel great. Why did I say that? Why did I fucking say that? I hate everything. And I hate myself a lot. What if we take a look at the showroom? Let's see how it looks. It looks like shit. It looks like this. So the Billbuck, I actually didn't make the Billbuck. I got it, the Kendama. I got it on Sketchfab. I animated it, and I fucking created rope physics for that. I mean, I created it's in Blender, of course, but I actually used rope physics. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm fucking stupid. I forgot. I forgot to add the dash bounce. Let's go, infinite bounce. Maybe the ray should be way bigger. Should be 10,000 that way. Oh, it's not enabled. It's not fucking enabled. Can you do focus on my face camera, please? It's not fucking enabled. But don't worry, everything is fine. I know exactly what I'm doing because I'm a professional. I'm a professional game dev. Look at that. You could clip this, but would that be kind? Can I rant about people saying hi without the actual question? Or saying, hey, I have a problem without the actual question or problem in the message? I hate that. And you know, we talked about that earlier. Like, I'm not super good at replying to messages. But there is one thing for sure. If your message starts with hi, especially if I don't know you. If I know you, it might be different. But if I don't know you, and you send me a message that is hi or hello or whatever, but the message is not here, I will not reply. I won't reply. I know I have an Instagram DM that is like that. Like the message is hello. I didn't reply. Hello, can I ask a question? Well, now you can't. Exactly. You asked a question, it's enough. You don't have questions anymore. It's made with a polygon because I don't have anything rounded right now. I could be not a fucker and create a sprite and then go in here and then create a gradient texture 2D and then use fill radial and then put that in here in the middle and then go in here, put it to white and then go in here and put it. My cat was deactivated on the floor. She didn't eat very much. I'm wondering if I'm not going to go and force her a little bit more. Because she's spending all of her time outside, which is nuts, considering how hot it is. But apparently she doesn't care. Give me a sec. Wow. The heat in my room compared to outside, it is nuts. Wow. Okay. So, what did we say? Are we doing this? Are we now doing the upgrades? I don't want to. I think the upgrades should not be... The upgrades should not be... Should not be what? Is that crazy for you to imagine doing the tree in advance? Like not generating the tree? No, it's what you do, right? I think I'm just going to use tools and tool scripts to know if my tree is correctly created or not. Initially I will do it manually, and then the moment it gets a little bit complex and I like the system that I'm using, I'm turning into something that has like a bunch of tools to help me. I do it manually on my side. Yeah, but do you have like at least ways to make to show you that maybe you missed a connection or something? Are you making tools so you don't make mistakes? Because I think doing it manually, I'm fine with it, because my tree is probably going to get created over time, and I will want to manually do some adjustments. Okay. I think I will just not store the values inside of the resources. I might not store the values in the resources. Unless I decide that the resource editing is good enough, but I don't like... I think I don't like it. How do you make the buttons like bounce? I have a video about how I animate UI on my second channel. Fuck. Like, updating the process, the visuals if I'm in the editor. I made a video on Lexispell, how do I animate UI? So upgrade resource. It has a name, a description, an icon. It has a price. It has a price, but again, I don't know if I really want to set the price in here. I think I need to do an editor. That's the only thing. I need to do an editor, and then maybe it's fine. Or I count that this is being set by something else. It doesn't have a scene. I have no idea how I'm going to do that. I don't think I like having a resource. Or the resource is being updated from somewhere else. I'm thinking about saving. I don't remember what we talked about, but we talked about it in the past. Yuri said he was using config to save, but the resources are not serialized, right? Or maybe they are if they don't require something else. But if we imagine that they have like a value, which is a float probably, like an increased value, or an impact value, or I don't know what it is. If I want to be crazy, we can do subgroups, right? So that could be export subgroup. Visuals, and that could be values. We could have a price, a value, do we save on the value itself if it has been unlocked or not? Because my main issue is changing the values. Can you do an editor in Godot? Do you have the ability to tell Godot to open this resource on the side in here? Can you do that from a script? I feel like it should have like levels, right? You can have like upgrade level, speed level 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. Like an array. Is that like an array? And do I let the resource handle itself? Like, do I let the values handle itself? For example, I'd create a custom data type that takes a value and has a multiplicative and additive modifier per level. Or just with multiple variables like you have. Yeah. I'm not sure. Insane from game dev yet? Or is it going well? It's going okay, it's going okay. We are arriving at the parts that I don't really like, but it's fine. It's just super hot in here. Custom data type takes a value and has a multiplicative and additive modifier per level. All over the world. No. It's called heat waves. We are in a heat wave. It's not just hot. It has never been that way. Don't be that kind of jerk that is like, who's talking about the climate becoming hotter? It's just called summer. No, it's not. This way you can do stuff like this value increases by X energy every level, or by X per level. Yeah. How do you know? How do I know what? That it's not normal? Maybe because we have scientists studying this exact problem? Because it's one of the most studied problematic, possibly. Okay, Mel. You can stop right there. I'm not going to agree with you. Vertex snapping is low-key good, not gonna lie. Vertex snapping is low-key good, yeah? We can know, if we have multiple levels, we can know at what level we are. I told you something, Mel. I told you could stop. The state could be something like unlocked, unlockable, maxed out. Right? Does GDScript use for tables too, or just... the first thing is for dictionaries. The other one is for arrays. So, I don't know, tables are probably lists, so arrays, I guess. This is an array. A dictionary would be, that. The difference is that a dictionary, you have a key pair value. You have a key that gives you a value. An array is just a bunch of values, one after the other. We would have an enum state. Locked. Unlocked. Unlocked. Purchasable. Purchasable. Is it different? Is unlocked different than purchasable? It's not what I want. I want to know... I want to know if it's locked, like it's in the future. It's purchasable. And then you check if you have enough money or not, but that's something else, right? Purchasable. Purchased. And I guess for the level, we can just check. If it has no level, it's maxed out the moment you have purchased it. Otherwise, we know at which level we are. Something like that. So, yeah. I think I need to do a test as soon as possible. To try to... There must be a way, right? To force Godot to do this for me. To do this. I want Godot to do this when I click. Like I'm browsing my stuff. I'm browsing my tree. Is it possible when it's in-game? It probably has to be like an in-editor stuff. I'm not sure. But I wanted to open the actual value in here so I can edit it. Why do I want to do that? Because if I do this, I don't have to recreate the logic to handle a bunch of stuff. Right? That makes sense. I think that makes sense. Shit. And I need to be able to create a resource easily from that script, I think. In the value, it needs to have like a target, and the target is like data value. Do I have something in here? I have nothing in my values. I have nothing in my values yet. I really hate that. Same thing with the naming. I think I might want super long and very descriptive names. But I need to move the values there first. Let's do it. We'll have a bunch of players. Players will be in the 100. I will just keep probably 100 between all of them to be safe. This is going to be awful. Progress speed. Grinder speed we can just do. We can simplify a little bit because it's going to be awful. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. Shit. Yeah, I need to do that. No! Stop this. Grinder speed. I put an O. But I need to have value in here. Okay. So this is still kind of awful. You need to add an enum, you need to add a value, then you need to create a resource, and you need to link the two. That is kind of awful, like the process is awful. But I don't know what better way. I saw a talk the other day from the Good O.B.O.L, and they were showing how they were using a script to automatically generate those values. But they were still generating based on something. And I think the idea was just to avoid strings. I don't know. Yeah. So let's go over here. Let's go back to the grinder. And you can do data. This is going to be also very long to get all of those values, right? You can do values and you need to do data. Value grinder speed. It's kind of big. Hey Ginger. I'm doing okay. I wonder how you approached it, but maybe you already told me. But I probably forgot. Grinder threshold. How you approached the values in your game. How are you storing them? Do you have a scriptable object for each upgrade? But where do you change the values? You have a scriptable object for that, right? I think you told me. Output amount. Output amount. Sup. Hello, Peacebreaker. Output impulse strength. Grinder. Output impulse strength. And in here we want impulse variance. I kind of want the multiplication to be here, I guess. YOLO, an eyeball based on how long it takes. No, that's not the problem. I'm not saying how did you choose the value. I have the scriptable object that has a whole bunch of information, including the base price, price growth, and so on, including all the locking mechanism to them too. Okay. And so, are you... but where are you deciding the values? In the resources. So an entire purchasable was defined in one place. Okay, it makes sense. But at the same time, they are defined in a bunch of places. How do you quickly go over all of your upgrades and know what the price are? You have no way of doing that, or you created a special tool to visualize it? Oh yeah, that's awful. That's awful. Just winged it. Okay, okay. I guess I should say hi to you. Hello, Peacebreaker. I'm doing good. Now I'd build an editors for them. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. God, I got really dedicated players. One that want to buy the destination 5 million without buying any upgrade. So 10 to 100 shard by stop depending on if you hit 0 or more. That's super fun, honestly. It's cool to have that. This should be an achievement, I feel like. I just stopped my stream, was AFK for 3 hours because my daughter vomited herself awake from lunch, and then I was on daughter duty. Oh my god. Okay, I hope she's doing okay. That doesn't sound amazing. So the dispenser, we need to move that to the data layer. Then let's do it right now. That way it's done. That way it's done. But realistically, having those values in here, is that really useful? Yes, because they're going to get modified, so we get them in one place. That's what I want. I still want that. Player is going to be 1,000. That's way. Dispenser. We need. Interval. Let's go with 100, and we need what? Amount. We need a bunch of other things, but let's go with amount for now. I might go back to stream, but it's not worth it for 3 hours. I might stream into the evening. My workday didn't exist today. Yeah, there are days like that. If I make this achievement, I get hundreds of negative reviews from 100%ers. I don't know if it's true, though. I have upgrades that are difficult to attain, or upgrades that are hidden, and people don't say anything. I think we should not worry about the 100%ers. It's always time first you do it for them, so they can't ignore them. Okay, so let's do dispenser interval, and let's do dispenser amount. This is like 1, and this is like 10. Okay. This is not the funniest part, you know? This is not the funniest part. Dispenser amount. Dispenser interval. Interval, you motherfucker. And dispenser amount, we also need it in here. Okay. December 26th here. That's about to ask you how's Father's Day. Father's Day yesterday, but I remember you guys don't celebrate it in June. Ah, interesting. It's in December. And Peacebreaker, you also have Father's Day yesterday? Because I think we're not aligned with Mother's Day. I think you're not aligned with Mother's Day, but we are on Father's Day? I had no idea. I wonder where this comes from. Yes, yesterday was America's Father's Day. Okay. It's also the case in France. But I think we don't have the same for Mother's Day. If I'm correct. But I also think it's because our Mother's Day moves, basically. House is always, I think, the third Sunday in June. The third Sunday is June. I think we also do that. We also do, like, based on the third. And so it changes the day it's going to be. I don't really know, to be honest. I don't really know. Where do I have other to-dos in the game? Move that to data layer. The day duration, yeah, of course. Let's move that to day duration. Let's move that to the data layer. Let's move that over here. Let's do day duration, and it's going to be 201, not 2201. Bedu, 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 boop. Bedu, 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 boop. Thank you for the prime, yogurt. Appreciate it. A little help. Poor senior elliptic son doesn't remember Father's Day, but remembers how to ask about all the car. What? You know what? I hope back on stream. I'll catch you in a bit. When I stream, I don't procrastinate, so I will just do that and try to get some stuff done. But my demo for the game will be reinstated for Summerfest. My demo for the game will be reinstated for Summerfest. I'm not sure what you mean. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Ask to borrow the car is what I said. Okay. We took the demo down a week after release. Oh, okay. I kept my demo. And my demo is pretty generous. Maybe I should tune it down a little bit. I don't know. It will be brought back unupdated, so it isn't based on the alpha. Yeah. For some games, it makes sense to have to still keep the demo, I think. Day duration. Okay, this is done. Doesn't reset. We don't care. Reflect that visually. We don't care. Grab the lowers first. We don't care. Finish utils. We don't care. I believe aliases values are stored as an array. So this is unnecessary. Use a component, use body mass, doesn't work. Remember, original disable mode. Oh my god. Oh my god, hype train. Time for another meeting. I've been in meetings for the last 3 hours now. I hate our Mondays are thrown in meetings. Oh, goodbye, Ginger, and goodbye, Peacebreaker. Good luck. This is nuts. I think I would go crazy. I would go crazy with meetings all the time. Like, I don't understand. So for the I will do dash count and stuff like that, right? For the data on the player. Poof. But I will not change that for now. So let me try something. Let me try to create an upgrade. Let's see how it goes, okay? So let's try to go upgrades. Should I preface them with upgrade? Thank you for the cheers, Peacebreaker. Thank you for the 127 and 25 bits. 125 biddies. Appreciate the biddies. They go straight into the biddies fund, I guess. I don't know what it is. Upgrade. Which is Twitch's pocket, not yours. Exactly. Exactly. Remember, guys, if you want, this is the best way. Or, this is the best way too. But the best way is actually coffee. That's the worst part. The second best way is games, I guess. I have these for a while now and just never used them. The biddies. The biddies. So I need to do upgrade dispenser. Maybe they need to have a name, you know? Because maybe later on I also want to give you this ability. I don't really know how I'm going to deal with that. Upgrade dispenser. Speed. So this should be auto-generated. Why is it the shop item resource? Because I'm an absolute fucker. I want an upgrade resource. Why is it not showing me anything for the target? We have the values now. Is it not updated and I will need to restart whenever I want to have the thing updated? Yeah, I will have to. Bleh. Bleh. I will hate that. So I will not preface it with upgrade. It will be a pain. So grinder speed. I kind of want a set new name, and I kind of want name is equal to new name, and I also want description to be %s underscore description, and I want to get new name. Yeah, but this needs to be a tool script then. This needs to be a tool script, or is it automatically with the resources? Probably not. Probably not, right? No, it needs to be. It needs to be tool script. Add tool. Oh, I put it in the. I put it in this shop item resource. But it's the same. I still need that, so it's fine. Do you think it works already? Do I need to reload something? It's a good thing it reloads fast. Yeah, it works. Amazing. It has a price, it has a value, it has levels, and it has the current level, I guess, and the state. And we know what it's touching, so the grinder speed. But I went with dispenser, not grinder. This is dispenser speed. And dispenser speed doesn't exist. Dispenser interval then. I didn't even realize. Dispenser interval. This is awful. This is awful. So I need a tool. I feel like I need a tool that helps me create that. No, but that's not... I don't know. I don't know. Dispenser interval. Oh, I have an idea otherwise. I have an idea. Ooh, okay, something that can help. Something that can help. The only issue is that I don't have... I don't have that value, right? Can I, in Godot, get that string in here? Can I get the string? Shit. It doesn't work. My keyboard doesn't work. What the fuck? Is there a way to get the string? It doesn't work if you set manual values. Okay, I could have a tool script. I could have a tool script. Let's maybe do that. I could have a tool script that basically creates the resources for me. Based on the values in here. So I define the values, I create, and it does it. Could be a good thing, right? Script. Create res from values. Can I run it like that? What do I need so I can run it? It needs to be an editor, whatever. I know that this has a script set up. Extends editor script. Okay. Is it something that I want? I guess. It should even be called data values, I think. And it extends editor script, so I can run it very easily. And I will read it from data values, right? If I run it, my data is not going to change spot, so I can put it in here. Data path. Yeah, but the editor script won't have access to the... Because it will not be launched, it won't have access to the thing, right? So that's stupid. I don't really want that. I don't really want that. It doesn't serve any purpose that it's a tool script, I think. Because I want the game to be running, so I have access to my data stuff. So data path string, it should be more like upgrades path. Upgrade, not at all. Resources, it should be res, right? Res, resources, upgrades. So what is the logic here? First of all, create resources from values. Maybe we'll read the resources first. Read or load resources. Right, maybe we'll load the resources. Do we really need to load them? No, we just need to know that we have them. I think that's going to make my life a little bit easier, right? Load resources. Load resource names. File names. That's what I care. Resource file names. I think I just care about that. The array of string. How do we load again? I don't know. Let's take a look at Lexispell. Wow, it's long. Shit. Shit, this is long. Upgrade. Manager. How do you load? Load resources from path. I think I have a utils function to do that. But honestly, too bad. Okay, so you want to do an array of string, but you will put directly in here, no? Or maybe you'll return it. It's fine. You'll return an array of string. It doesn't do setup. Var res. I don't think I want to load it. Right? I don't think I want to load it. It's trying to load it. Ah, yeah. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we load it if it's loading. It's like a weird way of doing it. It's a weird way of doing it. We can do array append, and we want just the file, I think. We just care about the file. Boot. Okay, and then we can create the resources from the values, and we pass the resource file names, which is like an array. So what are they doing in here? They're printing this. Find key. But if you, what if you just do do just that? Can't you do just that? No, but it's the value. I need to define key, I'm stupid. But then why are you... Print key. What? It did nothing? Resource upgrades. The fuck? Oh, it's stupid. I can't make it run like that. I can't make it run like that. Tu fais quoi? T'es allé où déjà? Ah, c'est tout? Mais non, t'as dit que t'allais pas. Ah non, c'était hier. Ok. Moi je l'ai vu, je sais pas quand. Pourquoi tu vérifies pas?
J'avais tout mis ce que je devais prendre. Là, sur le bord de la table. Et en passant à côté desquels, j'ai fait tiens.
T'aurais pu en racheter un. Ouais. Okay. So because it's this, I need to make it run from a scene. Why is it showing as a 2D scene? Encore? Je l'ai vu il y a pas longtemps. Hein. Mais la pâtée que je lui ai donnée, elle est pas là. Je crois. Si, vas-y, oh. Ouais, je lui donne celle-là, elle la mange bien. Non, pas celle-là. La grise, celle que les autres elles aiment pas. Ah, bah elle est pas là, elle est dans la cuisine du coup. Mais elle l'a bien mangé, hein, les 2 fois où je lui ai donné. Alors qu'elle mange pas l'autre.
Elle a entendu le tiroir.
Elles ont mangé il y a pas longtemps. Hein. Bah après elles ont pas mangé beaucoup de... Elles ont pas mangé beaucoup pour l'instant, elles peuvent. Hein. Shit, that's not what I wanted to do. Getting slight Charlie Brown vibes from those off-screen conversation. Who's Charlie Brown? Okay, it actually shows me the string, right? So now, I guess from this... Really? Charlie Brown. Charlie Brown. Oh, that guy. Yeah, but I've never seen anything from him. I never seen the... I picture who he is, but I've never seen anything specific. So we load the resources, we create the resource from value. So we print the key. We can just check if the key, so we can assume it's a string, right? We can, if the key is equal to they always had adults talking to them off screen, and they just go blah 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 using Trump and similar instruments. Okay. If key in resource file names. Oh no, we need to convert the key. Var new file name. We want that to be upgrade %s dot tres. Do we have in the file names, do we have file? Yeah, we have the dot tres. So we actually want upgrade, and we want %. We want the key to lower, right? So if the key in resource file name, we continue. Otherwise, we print creating file, creating resource, let's say creating resource for and so then in here we say new file name, and we say, oh, but it's actually not that easy, right? It's actually not that easy. Do I have an easy way to create a resource from the editor? You know what? You watch something for ages, you don't notice changes, and suddenly it hits you. I never noticed the blinking light on the wall disappearing. It's probably gone for years now. You mean the banana? Yeah, it broke, and I never fixed it. It was constantly breaking because it wasn't soldered correctly, and at some point I just said ciao. And since I moved to Linux, a bunch of my integrations don't work because I'm not using the same system anymore. So there used to be channel points to make it blink, but I removed most of the stuff because I didn't bother to recreate it. The things I was using on Windows doesn't exist on Linux. Actually, my whole streaming setup is not correct. I never took the time to finish it properly, but yeah. Too bad. Maybe one day when this incremental game makes money, maybe I'll take some time to fix all of those things, but right now it's not a priority. Okay, I have an issue though. Can I create a resource? I know there is a resource saver, whatever. A resource format saver. So I just create a resource and I save it, right? I don't remember how to do that. Note to self: build and mail a banana light. Yeah, it's not even crazy. It's just the thing works. It's just it had a tendency to sometimes disconnect to the Wi-Fi, and the code that I wrote was not reliable enough to reconnect. So sometimes I had to like force it. And I never moved it from the prototyping phase. So all of the connections were using you know those cables with the little plug stuff. Like, it was not soldered correctly. It was not even inside of an enclosure. So the cats were sometimes playing with it. So yeah. In my case, I have a chicken coop blinking though, which isn't good. Yeah. Recognize save. Returns the given resource objects can be saved by this saver. Save the given resource object to a file at a target path flag is a bitmask composed. That is perfect. That's exactly what I want. Right? The engine can save resources when you do it from the editor or when you use the resource saver singleton. Resource saver, save. Okay, that's just what I need to do. So I need to create a new... resource, basically. So creating a resource, new file name for key. And in here we need that. Okay, so we can do resource saver, save. That's kind of perfect. And so we can use the path. It's the upgrade path plus. I should use the OS. Join. No, it's on strings, right? It's on string. I can do join, path join, and I can pass the file, the new file name. And the resources, we can say new res, it's going to be here. Okay, so we can create a new res. It's going to be an upgrade resource. New. And we can say new res. The only thing that we need to do, new res target is equal to data dot value, and we pass the key, and we can probably set the name also to be the data, to be the new file name, so to be the key to lower, right? Key to lower. Let's see if it works. So let me check. I create the new keys from okay. So what do? We go through all of the keys. We print the key. I don't need to do that. I create a new file name. If the key exists in the file names, I continue in here. Otherwise, I create a new resource. And I say creating resource for blah blah blah. And then I saved. And I guess we can check. So if this is like okay, we can say resource %s saved at %s. So in here we can pass the new res, and in here we can pass that. Else we can print error. We can print error. Couldn't save resource at. Do I have more information about the error? I can print the actual error. Couldn't save resource at error %s also. Okay, let's go. Oh my god, it worked. So day duration. Okay, it nearly worked. It nearly worked. The only issue, I can kill all of them now. The only issue is that day duration is not in big, it needs to be in big. The name, it needs to just be the key. But that's pretty cool. Upgrades. Day duration. Value day duration. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So that's pretty cool, right? And so now, for example, if I go to data and I add a new data, at least it gives me the new things. This is going to be useful. I think I'm going to like that. And it wasn't that much work. So that's pretty cool. Godot is really well made for handling resources. It has a bunch of stuff that are pretty cool, honestly. So in here we have the day duration. Probably we have other things, but let's go with the player, for example. We can have player speed. Do we have anything else on the player? When you move, what do? You move at a certain speed. You jump count, I guess. You dash count, I guess. And you slide count, I guess. And then out of those counts and stuff, you have more things, of course. Maybe jump force. Jump force. Let's do it like that. Jump force. For the dash, we have the speed and the duration. Right. And for the slide, we kind of have the same thing, I guess. We have the speed and the duration. And so we start at 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7. Okay, so now we have all of those new things. We need to create values for it. So let's go over here. Let's go over here and let's fix that. So let's go 0 by default. Value dot. And then we can have those values. So now the issue that I have is that I have all of those new values to create. It would be nice for me to not have to go there and open up that. But what I can do is at least I can do this. Yeah, I can do this. I can do tool, create from value, and then I can launch this. It's kind of the same, but yeah. And then I have those new things. Upgrade grinder threshold for creating resource. It's telling me that it's creating the resource though. So is it over? Maybe this doesn't work. Let's check that, because maybe this doesn't work. Key grinder threshold. Oh yeah, it doesn't work at all. I'm stupid, because I need to do new file name. Yeah. It should not redo it every time. And so in here it's doing nothing. Can it exit automatically when it's done? I guess. How do you exit? Are you queuing free yourself? Or you're doing like os.quit or exit? How do you do that? I forgot. Get tree. Quit. var count. So when it's done, maybe it can say print finished created person d resources, and we can pass the count, and so the count is in here. So for this one it should do nothing, right? Finished, created, 0 resource. And I'm gonna do something that only AI would do. I'm gonna put a check mark in here. But this is actually really useful because it makes it easy to see. What? Okay, finished, created 0 resource. Because we are spawning all of the things, we don't really have to show how many we have loaded, maybe. Print, loaded, file names. Maybe we can just say how many we have loaded. That's the only thing that we kind of need, right? Why is it stopping so early? Do you think it doesn't have time? Sometimes it's stopping immediately, it looks like. See? Maybe it doesn't have time to flush. Maybe it doesn't have time to flush. I don't know. Okay. So you're loading resource from file finished, created 0 resource. And so again, I can just test. I remove all of them. I launch this. Boom. Created 17 resources. That is super cool. I'm happy. I like resources more now that I have a solution to create them. I still need to fill the values, but it's okay. Okay. Ooh, one thing I didn't do on my resources. Values. Maybe in here it can have, and I think those subgroups might be a problem, but in here maybe you can have something like export var. Required upgrades, and maybe it's an array of upgrade resources, something like that, right? That way you can have multiple required. I think that's nice, and they all have that in their state, required, blah blah blah. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, now I kind of need like an editor. Is there a way to ask Godot to open the file for me? Godot editor script, open resource in inspector. Is there a way to do that? Ah, yeah. How to open a resource in the inspector from a custom plugin. Essentially, I'd like to mimic the behavior of double-clicking a resource. Is there a way to feed a resource to the inspector when a user clicks on a button on a plugin? So where should I use this? In plugin script? Hey, I found a solution. Not sure what happened to the original command that entered, but I believe it was editor interface, get inspector, resource selected, ibit, resource path. In 4.4 reuse where, oh my god. Okay, editor interface. How do you get the editor interface? How do you get the editor interface? Search help. Editor interface. Editor interface gives you control over Godot's editor window. It allows customizing the window, saving and reloading scenes, rendering mesh previews, inspecting and editing resources and objects, and providing access to editor settings. This class shouldn't be instantiated directly. Instead, access the singleton directly by its name. Okay. Get editor, editor interface, get editor settings. But where do you get this? Inherits from object, editor interface. So anything that runs as a tool script? Anything that runs as a tool script? Let's do a test. Let's do a test. It might be easier than I thought. Let's say Godot. I want my shop. Let's duplicate. Let's duplicate the shop, and let's call that the tree. I'm renaming this the tree, and I'm renaming this the tree. Okay, tree. I'm opening this tree. Detach the script. I want that over here, and in here I want tree UI. Okay. I want another node. Do we have a tree? Yes, we have a tree. Perfect. Tree. Okay. We need to do a test. So let's turn that into a at tool. If engine is editor hint, return. So in here it's game code, and in here it's editor code. Okay. Appear, fill in, on shop button pressed. We'll do another thing. But okay, we have that. Let's reopen the tree. So it's not going to look like this. And we have the exit button, and in here we have tree. Okay. So now my question is, let's do a test. I can do an export var. Open res test. It needs to be an export button. Tool button. Text. Open res test. I don't remember how you're supposed to do it. It's a callable. And you do open res. Is that it? Func open res. Can I have the editor interface in here? And so I need to have the resource. So in this case, let's load at res upgrades day duration, for example, right? I'm killing this. Let's close all of the tabs, by the way. It's kind of good from time to time to remove all of the tabs. Do you think it's gonna work? I open up my tree. On my tree I have a button. It didn't work. Oof, Godot is crashing. Godot is crashing. Hey, DevNut, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I crashed it. Interesting. Interesting. A laptop, I'm good. How about you, Daddy? I'm doing fine. We were doing something that is not super fun, but we're making good progress, so it's cool. I try it again, or do you think it's going to break? Okay, all of those things are errors I don't care about. I met a girl from Canada, and she only speaks French. Amazing. I can, if you pay me, I can be your interpret. I can be in between you guys, if you want. Okay, I have a better idea. Let's do another test. Let's export, and let's export var res to open. It's gonna be an easier test. we call that an upgrade resource. And then in here we do res. Do you think we get inspector? Maybe I try to get the inspector first. Editor inspector, I guess. var inspector editor inspector. I try to do that. And if inspector, I then do inspector. Get inspector, editor inspector. 3D horror incremental game. How's this going? It's going great. It's going great. I mean, that's kind of kinky, not gonna lie. You decide. You decide. You let me know. You let me know what you want. Okay, let me try to grab an upgrade, like day duration. We put it over there, right? And then we do open. It worked. Did you see that? It fucking worked. It fucking worked. So it means we can easily edit without having to create our own logic. We can use the built-in editor. Oh my god, yes. This is so useful. See what it did? Heck yes. Basically, I can ask Godot to edit a resource for me, which is super useful because as I'm creating my tree in here, my upgrade tree, I can put a new button. Autofill variables? Not really, not autofill variables, but bring the right editor. Because basically what I will do is I will instantiate a new button, okay? I will place it. I will then connect it to other things. The problem is that I want to be able to create that, right? I want to edit this, but I want to edit this from the actual button. And in Godot, I mean, in Godot it might be easier than I thought, because maybe, yeah, you can edit it from here. So I don't really need that. It's kind of stupid because I don't really need it now that I think about it. Because the resource will already be available in here. I will see it in engine, right? I will see it in engine. I think. Now that I realize I might not need that solution, which is not a problem, because knowing that we can do that is really, really cool. The inspector not changing its name after calling edit is still not fixed. What do you mean? After calling edit. So you mean I'm clicking on this? Oh, and I'm still looking at tree, right? That's what you mean? Okay. At least if it works, I don't care. And it works, right? I do tests, then I go do something else. I open up something else. I open up day duration, it's still here. Yeah, okay. If you need 3D models, you could check me out, brother, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think I'll try to do my stuff on my own because I like it, honestly. I'm back after some time going through the Game Juice tutorial from a famous YouTuber and Twitch streamer. Highly recommend it. It needs a bit of mental gymnastic to adapt the particle stuff to the newest Godot version, but it's doable. Yeah. Yeah, ideally I would like to go back to and like refresh the tutorial. First of all, because I have new ways of doing things that would be interesting, I think. Maybe I would touch on like reusable components a little bit more for the juicing part to help people. Kind of like what I talked about in my video about Lexispell. But I would also like update it to the new particle system and the new tweens, because there's new things in tweens. You're a great artist. I trust you then. Thank you. I've done a bunch of 3D in the past. I think I'm okay. And what I'm doing is really relatively simple. Okay, I have an idea. Let's do at export subgroup editor tools. So this open-res test, we don't really need it anymore, right? I will remove it. Res to open, I will remove it. I'm removing this. Editor tools, I'm gonna have a button though, so we can duplicate this. The button is going to be open. The button is going to be open. No. Pre-fill. How do I call that? Pre-fill? Pre-fill tree. Callable. Pre-fill tree. I will do a region at least. I think I will do a region, editor, and region func pre-fill tree. Okay. And in here, pre-fill tree. Okay, so for that we need a shop button. Let's duplicate the shop button. Do I want to duplicate it? I think it's fine. Let's call that the upgrade button. Let's detach the script. It's called upgrade button. Duplicate. Upgrade button. Upgrade button. Okay. We want a upgrade resource reflect res. So it's going to do a bunch of stuff. Okay. It needs to be a tool script. This needs to be a tool script. It needs to be a tool script. Do you think this can react inside of the editor? Pre-fill tree. And I don't know if the placeholder stuff works inside of the editor also. I'm here, boss. Just don't want to interrupt too much. No probs. No probs. I think it will, because it's not requiring anything that initialized on play. I mean, let's give it a try then. Let's give it a try. I need this to be an export var so I can change it from here. Upgrade day duration. Oh, it updated. It updated. But the hover stuff doesn't work in the editor. The update stuff doesn't work in the editor. So I think it will not work the way I want. But at least I can edit that from here. Ooh, fuck. Let's you see. So you have a monster farms? It's not exactly that. Let's UC button. Thank you, it's an old button. I will make them better at some point, but it's not too bad. Node not found, shop button placeholder. Okay. So now I want to know how I'm doing it. Seto, are you still in chat? I'm wondering what kind of system I will use to make my tree. I didn't think about it yet. But I'm wondering if I don't have... I'm wondering if I should not create an actual separate tool that just allows me to... I don't know. A state machine? No. What did you use to place your your tree? Did you just build it manually? Or did you use a guide? Did you use something specific to store how much the tree is growing? No, don't worry, it's not that I want. Grid in engine. You mean like just this? The grid snap? Or you used an actual grid? Is there an actual grid? No. What do you have as a control node? It could be useful for that. Grid container. Grid engine. Yeah, grid snap. Okay. I think Godot has a graph frame. Yeah. With a custom grid well spaced. Okay. Because Godot doesn't have that by default. Item list. No, it's not what I want. Tree. A tree item structure. It's not what I want. But it may not be optimal. I think because you can always like move around and everything. How did you handle the zoom in and out? Camera 2D. I'm wondering how I'm going to achieve that. The zoom move is a mess. Really? Because I want my tree to move inside of the folder, a grid. No, Godot doesn't have that. The grid in Godot is kind of messy. Because it's like a grid that needs to be entirely filled. It's not like points and you can be on a point. You see what I mean? If I want to do that, I should do it manually. Where I define the spacing and then you can snap to a grid point. I should do that. It's relatively easy. I would do that, yes. I would do that too. But then I'm wondering how I move the elements using vector2i. Yeah, totally. I'm wondering how I move the elements. Because I want my elements, like, let me show you what I mean. Oh shit. Let me show you what I mean. Ah, it's going to... Yeah, day duration doesn't exist. Day duration doesn't exist. It's data... stats... data... It's value, actually. Day duration. And it's values. Right? Yeah. I have a translator, world to grid, vector3, object position, return a vector2i. Yeah, but I don't even need vector3, I'm in 2D. I managed by scaling moving the start control of the skill tree. That's what I was thinking, Seto. That's what I was thinking. I think that's what I'm going to do. Why do you say it's a mess? Because I think it's kind of the normal way to do it. The other way would be using a camera. But the problem with using a camera is that it won't handle clipping because of the descriptions. Because of the descriptions? In what way? Ah, you want them to always appear? I have to scale them up accordingly. Ah. Okay. Can't you make them top level? I've linked them to the scale. Yeah, but can't you make them top level? And so they ignore the scale, they ignore the transform of their parent, but you still have the reference. And then you just move them at the right spot, but you don't care about the scale. I guess you can do that. They won't be affected by the movement, but then they won't be clipped. And grid world, grid position represents vector 3 translated, yeah. I don't know about that, but I have a messy canvas management. Okay. So, my stuff is the upgrade tree. It will be displayed in a window like that, right? You will have your OS, and you will open up a window that you will probably be able to move, because I'm a fucker and I want to actually do an actual fake OS. Not sure the position will be good too. The position would be good because you would update them in the process or on movement. You have to move them, but you don't have to care about the scaling, I think. The only problem is that they won't get clipped if you need to clip them when you move inside of the thing. So my problem is I want my tree to be displayed in here, but I still want to be able to move. I've just asked all descriptions to counter scale the scale tree 1, and it seems to work well. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Tu vas déjà? Ah ouais, 18h30. Eh ben, ciao! And it's not causing you trouble in terms of the visibility, in terms of how it looks. Because you're scaling something very small and then you're scaling something very high. It feels like it should look weird, but maybe it doesn't. I've been working a lot, that's why I haven't been very active, but don't worry, DevNut, don't worry. I don't say this much, but I'm excited to see the result. Yeah, I hope it's going to look cool. So you see, for example, right now, they're not being clipped by the parent. They're not being clipped by the parent. Lunch and nap time, I'll be around. Okay. Goodbye. I might want a grid. Do I have a grid in here? Do I have a grid shader? It's a spatial shader. Okay. Godot shaders. Give me a grid shader, please. It seems not, but I've min-maxed zoom to be in between 0.41. Okay, okay, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Constructive telegraph decals. Ooh, that looks good. Let's find a grid. Let's find a little grid. Someone made a dotted grid 2D. Ah, dotted grid 2D. That looks kind of good for an incremental. Right? That might look cool. But in the future we'll replace it. This looks really cool. I'm not sure what it's doing. The other option is to just have like a grid. Infinite, not quite, zoom grid. Flipping grid. Static grid. Okay, let's go with this. Let's go with this 2D dotted grid. Let's put that as a texture rect. And so maybe what I will need to do is have a control node on which I want to... This would be the movement, right? This would be the movement. And I want everything to be... So the decoration is on top. And I want the movement to have like the interior. Where is this coming from? Where is this button? Upgrade button. It needs to be under movement. So texture rect, it needs to be here. And movement, I guess we could pivot offset 0.5. So you're just scaling it, right? You're just scaling it. I will attach a movement to my tree and try to do class name, tree movement. We'll try to do something about it, like reacting to input events to see how it feels. But it's kind of not the point right now. Dotted grid. It's a lot of stuff to put in place, but then it should be better. Keep size. Ignore size. Scale, I guess. Material. Shader material. New shader. Let's create it under shared. Shaders. Dotted grid. La 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 la. Okay. It does nothing or what? Yeah, I'll need to in the scale. Okay. Anti-aliasing factor. Resolution. By default, my resolution is 1920 by 1080. Offset, nothing. Cell size, 16. Do we see something? Background color. Why do I see nothing? Oh, because I put it on a texture rect. I'm a mother grubbler. Mother grubbler. Paste. Mother grubbler. Dotted grid. It wasn't working because there was nothing. Ah. My decoration should be on top, we said. Right? So decoration on top. On top. Just like that. Mamma mia, this is marvelous. So the background color can be close to this. Oh my god, my decoration is ugly as fuck. Let me make sure that this is a style box flat. Like this. Made a big button and moved it when it's pressed and stopped when released. What? For movement, I just moved the skill tree, clamping it to not go too far. Yeah. Bada beep bap beep boo bap. Bida beep bap beep boo bap. Bada beep bap beep boo bap beep. Okay, so that would be my upgrade tree. Bada beep bap. Can we increase a little bit? Yeah, we can increase a little bit. Anti-aliasing factor, stochastic samples. I would like... Oh my god, this is screen-based. I don't want that to be screen-based, I think. But we'll see. Let's do a control node. Upgrades. You know what I want to do? I'm wondering if that works if I set that as a placeholder. Do you think it works if I set that as a placeholder? Oh my god! Title, what's up? Title Rush HQ. Spontaneous end of next fest stream by Title Rush Dev. Playing around, doing some some Ama. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Philart, Philarty, MacGuffin. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How was it? How was your stream? And how was Next Fest, I guess? I found that the button was easier way to manage when the player is clicking on the screen and not the panels. Interesting. I would argue that my movement in here would work. But okay. So do you think that this works as a placeholder? Load that as a placeholder. Let's see. Upgrade button place holder. Let's do a little test, okay? Let's do a little test. Fill in. We don't care for now. Goodbye. Same thing in here. You appear in here if you want. Pre-fill tree. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we do this? We don't have an upgrade manager, right? We don't have an upgrade manager. So I guess for now, I'll just have like a load. I'll just have like a load upgrades. Fuck you. Load upgrades. But later on, I'll ask the upgrades manager, maybe. Or I'll make myself like a utils function. Panels were in front and stopping the inputs. It's an easy solution I got on the moment. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah. I don't see why the button reacts differently though. But if it worked for you, that's fine. Ah, you put the button on top, maybe. That's what you mean. Gotta raid a dash, I'm afraid. No problem, no problem. Don't worry. No issue at all. Do what you have to do. Yeah. I think I have a utils function for that. If I don't, let's do it right now. We are doing a bunch of tooling and stuff. I hope you find it interesting. It feels like we're doing something that should not be done right now, but honestly, no matter what kind of incremental I'm doing, I will need that, so... On top of the skill tree, okay. Yeah, so then it could be something else. It doesn't have to be a button. It can be a simple node, but it doesn't matter. It does the same thing. No need to use input. Only increment. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I see it. Array files. Load files from path. Ha! Add optional args to filter specific extension. That would be nice. But I can use this, right? I can use this. So let's use this. Let's go back to my tree. I will still do this. We'll do a var upgrades. Those are going to be an array of upgrade button, but I think it's not going to be able to work. So let's just do upgrades. Oh my god! Just did 90 minutes of rambling of an old dev stream. Rambling. Isn't that good? It's good to ramble sometimes. It's good to vent a little bit. Func fill in, whatever, blah blah blah. Load upgrades. So what do we do in here? We do upgrades is equal to utils. Load files from path, and the path is what? We could, right over there, define the path. We could say export var string, export var upgrades path string, and it's res. Hey, thank you for the follow, Sargasso and Dev Latron. Yes, end of Next Fest stream, including a classic of Veeam or IDE. And what was the answer? What was the answer? Hello, Sargasso. Sargasso is lost. Do you want us to help you find your way? Do you want us to help you find your way? Or let us know. Let us know, we will help you if you need. Okay? Don't hesitate. Upgrades path. We load the fucking upgrades. And then based on that, so in here we do load upgrades. And then based on that, we will go through the fucking upgrades. So we will do for upgrade resource in upgrades. We'll duplicate the button, okay? So we'll simply do create instance. This will give us an instance, which will be an upgrade button this time. And on the instance, we'll be able to say, hey, Mr. Instance, I will give you the res, and the res will be upgrade, okay? You will add it as a child of... oh my god, I can't write. You will add it as a child of upgrades. Upgrades container. Okay. In here. Upgrades container. You will add it as a child. And we will not set the owner. We will not set the owner so that it doesn't save in the editor for now, because I just want to test. I've been using Linux for more than 2 decades. What distro are you using? What distro are you using? I switched to CachyOS a while ago and I really enjoy it. I just got lost in Godot. I'm truly lost. Godot is amazing. Godot is the best engine to be lost in. It feels like home, you know. I mean, if you're getting lost at home, it probably means that you have a huge fucking home, which means that you're probably a billionaire, which means that I don't like you. So let's forget that, okay? Let's say that you're getting lost in in a relative's home. It's not yours, and that's why you're getting lost. If that's the case, then it's fine. Hot dog, right there. Hot dog, okay? Hot_dog. I please remember that. I am so rich, I have time to watch Twitch. Well, if you are that rich, don't hesitate because I'm not. Don't hesitate because I'm not. Oh my god, living the dream of the basic indie dev dream, being poor and overworking. It is the best indie dream. Okay, so I have my tree, okay? I will click on a button, pre-fill tree, and it will work. Are you ready? Pre-fill tree, and Godot will crash. Because I made a mistake. And Godot is crashing more often now. This is the only issue with Godot. With Godot 4, it started crashing a little more, which is a little bit painful. Used to be a FreeBSD guy, switched to Debian back then. Now running Ubuntu because I don't want to have different distros on desktop server, but there's always that Kali VM there. Interesting. Interesting. I used to run Ubuntu, mostly because I was running server stuff, and Ubuntu was like easy, I would say. But then I switched to when I switched to like using it for my own computer, I went through a bunch of distros, and on my desktop I went through Pop! OS, then Mint, and I've been unsatisfied with all of them. And then I switched to Fedora on my laptop and Cashy on my desktop, and since then, chef's kiss. Since then, it's been pretty great. I'm an old fart web dev and thought on Friday, why not start my game dev experience as a VR game designer? Okay, you didn't start with the easiest. So I installed Godot and Blender, and now I'm glowing in my first demo, shooting blocks against other blocks. That's pretty cool, congrats. What are you using for VR? Do you have a Quest? Look at that. I've done some VR development for a client and for myself. At some point I wanted to do VR. I wanted to make a VR game. I just never took the time. But yeah, I have a Pico 4. Oh, nice. I use it for watching movies mostly. Cool. And how is the experience with VR in Godot? because it has changed a lot since I've done it. When I was using VR in Godot, it was Godot 4, Godot 3, and it was so different. It was a bit more clunky, but I feel like it's getting way better with Godot 4. I didn't crush it on a year, or maybe one time, but failing an infinite loop on a tool or so. Ah. You didn't crash? Really? In Godot 4.6, it was crashing very often when I was opening a window. Like, for example, there was a pop-up, so I could, like, create a new script or something, and it would crash. Like, I wasn't doing anything specific. But I like to fight the constraints. Fair enough. It was amazingly simple. Install the Android and open XLR stuff, and it has become a one-click push to the headset. Awesome. Awesome to hear. Not that much. I was on 4.6, but I don't play with Windows. I don't play with Windows. I'm just creating a new script, like the built-in Windows, like this, right? Like create something, and then there's a pop-up, and that would crash the editor. Sorry, what did you point at? Got distracted by the GameCube. The Quest 2 for VR. And then in here we have the N64, the GameCube, and the Nintendo Switch. The dev kit. This is the dev kit. It's not a real console. I can't play with it. Don't you think that it's a pain that we can't play with it? Like, come on. With the Steam Deck, you can play. It's like a console and a fucking dev kit. I don't like them. The E, right? Yeah. The simplest version, I think. The simplest version I can use. Why are you shouting, Ginger Dev? Why are you shouting? Gotta bounce duty calls and join my one viewer. Hello, one viewer. Welcome. Thank you, Ginger. Hope your stream went well. It's big Nintendo. Yeah. And you paid way more than the original. Yeah, you pay more, yeah. They might fear you cheat using the debugger. Pff, yeah, I hate that. I mean, I understand it. Coming from Nintendo, seeing how crazy they are with stuff, yeah. But I hope in the future it will get more open. Because honestly, it's a breeze to own a Steam Deck and be able to use it as a tool to develop for, like you would with your fucking phone, for example. Can you imagine that? You can publish your own fucking stuff on your own fucking phone, the same way you can do on your desktop. I don't like this future where we don't own anything and we don't have, like, we're stuck with everything. We are not allowed to do stuff with our own systems. I don't really like that. And I mean the future, but it's also the past. They're stuck in their old habits. Even Microsoft and Sony are more open. They even provide you with dev kits for free. Really? Really? I might try to reach out to Xbox in the future then. Okay, interesting. Yes, for around 3 years. Okay, wow. Pretty cool. I mean, considering the amount of money they're making, and considering that they're taking like 30%, they could provide it for free. Depends on what you want to do. Okay. Years. Then they want you to buy one. Okay. With MS, it's way harder to get in as a middleware dev. Okay. Valve also has an option to order hardware. You know that. Yeah, I know. But I'm too small. I think they don't care. I think I've tried with the first Steam Deck. But realistically, I think I'm too small for them to care. But I'm wondering how impactful it is to have like a successful game with them, right? If you're making a game, let's say that's making 100 to 100k or something, maybe you start being in another category and they send it to you for free. Steam sent Steam Deck to devs that had made 20 to 50k. Okay. I had no idea it was that low. Okay. Alright, today I got a notification that could order my Steam controller, still undecided. I think the biggest decision to know if you need a Steam Deck, a Steam controller or not, is how much are you going to use your Steam Deck or your device as something that from the couch. How much are you playing from the couch? Because if you are playing from the couch, I think having the touchpads, the trackpads, is really useful. Whenever you have a game that is not fully compatible, or if you want to use it as a way to aim in FPS, for example, or even to navigate some stuff that can be really useful. Like, right now, I don't have enough money. I'm kind of struggling, so I will not buy one. But if the future games are doing well, I'm buying a Steam controller immediately. Because I'm very often playing my Steam Deck on the TV, and sometimes it's painful because I need to use like a mouse-like controller and I can't. And I need to use my mouse and it's not fun. But I think now it's doomed. Yeah, maybe. I bought my old style Steam controller for €3 from Steam 2 years ago. Can't beat that price. Oh my god, €3. The shipping was probably more expensive. Once you get into the business hustle and get contacts, it's just smoke and mirrors, to be honest. Some marketing dude look at your pitch deck and believe the numbers. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a different it's a different thing, right? Maybe one day. Okay, so my game broke. Trying to assign a value button to a type. What? Because this is not loaded as a placeholder? It is loaded as a placeholder. What do you mean? It is loaded as a placeholder, right? Should I try again? Should I try again? I mean, let's try. What could be the worst thing? It will crash. Ah. Invalid function. Load files from path in base utils. Attempt to call a method on a placeholder instance. Check if the script is in tool mode. Ah, fuck yeah. I forgot about that. This is not a tool script. I could make it a tool script, right? There is no reason for me to not make it a tool script. Okay. Come here, motherfucker. Let's be a tool script. I will reload the editor just in case. Adventure Ape. I'm kind of glad I failed my bachelor. I don't know. Degree in game development and went for psychology instead now. Game dev lifestyle seems difficult. Well, I mean, the industry seems like a bad place to be, right? You've seen all the layoffs. You've heard about the crunch and everything. I can't talk for the industry because I've never been in the industry, so I don't know, but I know it from the outside. As an indie dev, it depends on how lucky you are, and it depends on a multitude of factors. In my case, it's starting to be really difficult. It's a hustle, right? It's a hustle, but the thing is, I've lived my worst years and my best years as a game dev. I felt at some points I was like really, really low, to not say completely depressed. But I've also felt the best. And in my previous job, what I was doing made no sense. I was doing it for the wrong people. And it was not interesting for me as a developer. I was not growing as a developer and as a person. The only thing that was good was the pay. And the security of having like a job. But I felt bad. Every day I went there, I felt bad. I felt like I was losing time. Like I was outside of what I was supposed to do. So it's a trade-off. I feel like I can't go back to a normal life, but at the same time, it's fucking difficult. It's really, really difficult. But it's so cool. It's so difficult, but it's so cool. So, I don't know. I think it's not for everyone. Honestly, it's just not for everyone. Stanley's Parabox wants a word. What are we talking about? Why did you say that? Totally understandable, been there as well. Even took a year off because I was so down. But I found a new project with an awesome team. Yeah. Yeah, working with other people that can help. So if a pansexual has commitments issues, he's a non-stick? What the fuck? Okay, let's try again. Let's try again to see if it works. Pre-fill the tree. Oh my god! Cannot call method create instance on a null value. What do you mean? What do you mean on a null value? What do you mean? It is right there. What would you say it's a null value? You are a null value. You are a null value, you motherfucker. It doesn't like my button to a variable of type instance placeholder, so it doesn't want to do that in the it doesn't want to do it in the tree. That's interesting, right? It doesn't like doing the instance placeholder stuff inside of the inside of a tool script, it seems. Badumts. Stanley's Parabox is a game that questions your sanity and is crossed between a game and dealing with angry therapists. Oh, yeah, okay. I understand now. My son told me there's a monster under his bed. I asked him which flavor. Ah, monster sucks. I prefer a Red Bull, to be honest. So I wanted to use the instance placeholder, but maybe it doesn't work in the editor. Let me check. Instance placeholder, tool script, Godot. I guess it can't do it because of the owner stuff and everything. Fix message when calling a non-tool function in tool mode. Okay, so this is a non-tool function. It doesn't want to do it. To be frank, I have to change my name. Are you the same guy that, like, there was someone a while ago that sometimes were coming to my stream. It was not the same nickname as you, I think. There was someone coming to my stream doing a bunch of jokes like that for a while, and then they would not talk anymore. It was very specific. Are you the same person? I've worked at burgers while studying. I was glad to get an interesting job. Worked in for like 10 years without that much annoyance. Switching subjects every 2 to 3 years. So I always feel like I know new things. But the last 5 years after that were really painful. Overworked, too much responsibility without any formation. And even they paid me twice the price. I'll quit anyway. Yeah, I see. Yep. The same geek with the same database. Same handle. Oh, it's the same handle? Okay. I thought it was something else, Q8. Q8. Let's do it then. Let's just not do the instance placeholder. Or we can do instance placeholder. Or we can do instance placeholder, but not in the tree. No, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's do... Sorry, guys, let's do export subgroup, dependencies, export var, upgrade button scene packed fucking scene. It's not just a packed scene, it's a packed fucking scene. I would like to pack your fucking scene, my dude. Yes? Show me your scene. Show me your scene. Is it packed? If it's not packed, I don't want to hear about it, okay? I don't want to hear about it. Instantiate, we put the back, we do the beep, we do the boppity bop, and let's go. This time it works. Boom! It didn't. Cannot call method instantiate on a null value. Oh yeah. Now it works. So we have all of them, but they're not, right? You can see they're all here, but then if we open up again, it doesn't work. So what we need to do is we need to set the owner. We need to set the owner, so we can do owner, instance, owner, get, how do we do that? Get, I don't remember. Godot add child editor. I don't remember. Boop. Time to chill. I look at some anime. See you. Goodbye, Seto. Kuwait is short for Kuwait. Kuwait, where I'm from, in case that wasn't too clear. It wasn't clear, so good. Kuwait is also a petroleum company in Europe that's owned by the Kuwait government. I had no idea. Kuwait. How do you pronounce Kuwait? Is that how you pronounce... In French we say le Kuwait. There's an O, and it's not a U, I think. Kuwait. If I can go to your city, I can go to Kuwait City in 13 hours if I take a flight. Your population is 5 million people. Official language, Arabic. Okay. Yeah, we say Kuwait. We don't write it the same way at all. That's kind of fun, right? Don't you think it's kind of fun? We write it this way. We write it this way. Kuwait. I always say Kuwait? Really? Talk. Can I national anthem. Let's judge your national anthem. Ah, but it's just the instrumental. Yeah, the French way. 13 hours is long enough to rethink your plan. True. Okay, nice. Show on the globe. Wow, they have a fucking globe to show it. Ethnic group. Arab, South Asian, African, and others. Islam, Christianity, others. Kuwaiti. Okay. Liberation of Kuwait in 1991. Interesting. Pre-oil. Wow, okay. Okay. That's pretty cool. This is something I find crazy with the internet, is that we can be right there, and some of you are watching me, we're chatting, I'm in France, you're at the opposite side of the world. It's kind of nuts, right? It's kind of nuts. And you would think, all of this communication throughout the world, it could link us together. It could make us be more friend. And yet, fucking wars everywhere for no fucking reason. Psst. Shitty world we live in. Oh, you're French. Eh oui, je suis français, Arcadia. Je suis français, mais on parle anglais dans mon stream. Parce qu'on est international. A warning though, temperature here in summer will make you cry. Like 50 C today. Oh my god. I can imagine. It is currently where I live. It's 37 in France right now. Where I live, it's 38. But we have reached the peak. It's going it's lowering right now. So that's good. But yeah, it's bad. A French neighbor then. A French neighbor. Okay, let's try to make that work, right? La dee da dee doo. Do do dee da da dee dee da dee doo. Do do dee da dee da dee da dee doo. Do do dee da dee da dee da dee doo. Dee da dee da da doo. Let's see if it works. Are you ready to rumble? Tree, pre-fill the tree, and would you look at that? Can we have nice names? Is there a way to have nice names? When we add child. Force readable name. Yeah, that's what we should do. Force readable name. True. 37 degrees is bliss. But we don't have the same infrastructures that you have probably. France was not built for those temperatures. So for example, I don't have AC. And it feels really bad when it's that hot. However, I assume your buildings are built considering those temperatures. Ours not necessarily. Exactly, Smax. That's the thing. Our buildings were built with maybe, what, 30 degrees maximum in mind? And even that, in the past, during summer, it was not necessarily that hot. Now it's like... Whew. Okay, I need a bunch of buttons. Pre-filled tree, we can do clear tree button, clear tree, and we could have update tree also. Okay, so pre-filled tree is right there. Actually, I will put it right over there. La la dee la li la loo. 4 button, upgrade button in upgrades container, get fucking children, button queue free. Do we need to do something specific to remove them from the editor? Maybe not. I don't know. I would like to write clear tree. Oh, they're all gone. They're all gone. So then we can pre-fill the tree with the upgrade buttons. That's pretty cool. Da dee da 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 dee da do. Dee da da dee da do da dee 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 da do. Hey, dee da dee da dee da do da dee da da do do do. Can we change the icons over there? How do we change the icon? Can I use icons from elsewhere? Icon string. Haha. Haha. Beep up beep up beep up boo beep up beep up boo. Remove trash. Do 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 do. Da-da-da-dee-da-dee-da-da. Pre-fill tree. Fill. Ba-beep-ba-beep-ba-beep-da-boo. Ba-beep-ba-beep-da-boo. Beep-beep-ba-beep-da-boo. Beep-ba-beep-da-boo. Beep-ba-beep-ba-beep-beep-ba-boo. Beep-ba-beep-ba. Ah, it doesn't work. Why is it not finding them? Is already connected in that object. It's not finding them. I'm sad. Maybe it's not how it's supposed to be done. Icon string. Oh yeah, it's only the icon from the Godot icon theme and stuff. Oh no. If icon is specified, it is used to fetch an icon via the get theme icon. Where can I see the theme icon? Godot theme icon. Editor icons. Show me the icons, please. I am in that temperature with a headset halfway on my head. I feel everybody should have sympathy for me. Good luck, Sargasso. 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 Sorry, I need to calm down. Ah, look at that. We have a nice way to see all of that. Okay, we can have clear over there. So clear. And we can have fill. Add. Fill. La, 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 la. File system. Let's try again. Tree. Oh, look at that beautiful. Look at that beautiful thing. Okay. I want a third button. I want a third button. Is there a way to show a pop-up? Godot. Show pop-up. Editor. A tool script. Tool script. I'm sorry, I never really created a lot of tools in Godot. I usually don't go through the hassle of creating tools. Creating little tools. Just set a signal to fire a function on the pop-up that changes its visibility parameter. No, you can do something simpler than that. You don't have to call a fucking pop-up stuff. Maybe Spymort, you know that. Hello, Spymort. How are you doing? Do you know how to easily fire a script, a pop-up in the script editor? Do you know that? What's going on? I'm doing tools to create my skill tree. Oh, it should be called skill tree, by the way, not tree. Yes, with dialogue. But there is an easy way, right? You don't have to like have a dialogue and stuff. You can just ask the editor to create a dialogue. No? Is that what I'm thinking? I'm pretty sure Mr. Passive Star showed an example one day, but I don't remember. I can do that later, though. I can do that later. It's just to make sure that it's clear. Auto spread, right? Auto spread. You can create the dialogue by script and add puppet. Okay. Like, you can do var dialogue. Confirmation dialogue. Dialogue is a regular node. Or can you do that, like confirmation dialogue? I'm pretty sure there's a simpler way, to be honest. I'm sure. But maybe it's not when you are a tool script, and it's when you are an editor tool script. When you are an editor script, I think there's a very, very easy way, because you can literally do that in one line. But I might be wrong. I'll do it in the future, though. I'm the only one using it, so I can be careful. Auto distribute. Right? Do we have something that looks like that? Yeah, that icon will look like distribute, I think. Auto distribute button, and it will be auto distribute. Right now it doesn't exist, but we'll make it exist. Func auto distribute. That's a good question. That's how I would have done it. Yeah, I know. But in your case, you might want to have like a more complex dialogue with specific things, or maybe a specific look. But let's say you're doing a very simple tool, and you just want a confirmation dialogue that is like one line. I think it exists, but I'm not sure. Broop. I'm wondering how I do auto distribute. Confirmation dialogue exists. I know that confirmation dialogues exists, but I think there is something even simpler than that. Okay, let me do a check. Passive Star. I think he made something. Single click resource. I don't know what this is, but this is interesting. How to light. Go to minimal. Smart material. Light beam reflection probe. All posts. Hugo, go to minimal. Fuck. That's not that. I really thought he made something about it. I'm pretty sure he made some other posts in the past about that. Too bad. Is there a way to change the name? Godot change name of node added tool script. Can I like rename it? Because it would be nice to know what they are. At least I can see it in here, player jump force. I don't know if I want to go through the hassle of creating of creating that, to be honest. But I would need to check if it's on the same line. Doesn't Godot have a way to do this? Like you select all of those and you can like spread them. That would be useful. That would be useful. Shit! It seems stupid, right? It seems stupid to recreate the logic. Shit, I can't write. If event is input event, is it a mouse button? I guess. Should we do... Do we have like a zoom? That way we control that. In here we can do... So if it's up, you want to zoom in, right? This is going to be way too high. But I can't do that. Why is it doing nothing? It's not receiving? Are you not receiving? Hello, Camilos. Are you not receiving? Oh, I'm not doing anything with it. I'm fucking stupid. I'm fucking stupid. Is your new game around putting files and aiming out to click on something? No, it's not. Okay. What a resigned tone. I'm not opening it yet. I should do that. I was so happy until I came here and now I'm about to cry. Sorry. Sorry. I think I'll play nice today. I'm getting it. Don't fuck with my Piss Breaker vibe. No, but you already know what the game is about, right? Oh my god. Okay. It's not what I want. But I think it's relatively simple. I just need the tree to... I just need the tree to clip. I just need the tree to clip the content. Actually, I don't think I do. I was here the first day you started working on it. You know I'm in and out. I mean, Cleo was joking on an earlier comment. The game is an incremental horror game about processing meat. It doesn't work very well. I do remember. I don't think I've seen that you started building computer stuff though. I did it this weekend, and earlier today I started doing the actual like values and stuff and the resources, and I'm trying to find a good way to edit them, which is not easy for now. I kind of want the names in here to be the correct names. Godot, change name when adding node tool script. I want the name to be different. Is it possible? Does it work when I'm adding the tree? If I just do instance... If I just do instance.name and I pass that as upgrade name, does it work? So I have my tree, clear tree, pre-fill tree. Oh my god, yes! Oh my god, yes! Player jump count. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, let me try to do the auto distribute though. That might be useful just to see what we're looking for. Ah, maybe I could do it with the automate. I think I need to do an actual. I think I need to do an actual editor's tool, and not just a tool script. I need to be able to edit stuff better. I just don't know how, and I'm afraid it will take a while. So let's do var min position. Maybe I don't need that min position. Maybe I just go var. I start with the index 0. I do index plus equal 1, and I take the position. Maybe in here I define the spacing h int, I don't know, 40, and the spacing v 40. An int, absolutely not. A float. The position is vector 2. Spacing h times index. Spacing v times index. We need two index. We need two indices. We need EIH and we need IV. IH. IH, and then we need IV. And so to know if we need to bump, we need to do if spacing H times IH plus button.size is superior than our size X minus, maybe we want to define some margins, and the margins could be defined by the spacing H for now. If that is the case, then we need to IV plus equal 1. Right? Float and vector 2. Button size X. Do you think that works? If that is the case, then we need to put IH to be 0 again. Let's see if that works. So I have all of my upgrades. I tell the tree to auto-distribute, and it didn't do anything. But callable was expected. Huh? Auto-distribute button, auto-distribute. Auto-distribute. Why is my tree broken? Why is my tree broken? Wow. It didn't really work because I forgot something. The spacing, it is button.size.x plus the spacing, right? And this didn't work because it didn't care about it. Let's try again. Auto distribute. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. But it's the same thing. It's the same thing in here, by the way. The button size, you want that to be inside. You want that multiplied by I. Right? Serious question, when are you going to take your break? I mean your break post-release of all these games I've been working on. When I have money. And I don't have money, so I can't. I think I've been stupid in here, the same way. Right? So I need to do button.size.y plus... I'm still missing something, but I don't know what. Auto distribute. It's a little bit better. At least there's no overlap. I think we can at least define... We can define like a margin, maybe. Margin h int 100. It could be a float, honestly. It could be a float. Fair enough. Yeah. I would love to take a break, even just to do other things, but yeah. So I want margin h plus that. My calculation is this. And in here the calculation is margin h plus all of that. And here it's margin v plus I love to say that. And I think this is going to be better. Let's see. Auto distribute. Not amazing. I've noticed you do a lot of stuff in code that the editor gives you access to. Why is that? Just more control? Give me an example. I usually do the opposite. I usually do... I usually don't do that. So far, does your game on Steam make a little bit of money? A little bit, yes, but not enough. Not enough. Lexispell so far made like... I can tell you, I have my Telegram bot that tells me. You will see how not enough it is. Net revenue right now, 2,800. Like, could you use an HBox for this? Yes, sure. Yes, sure. Yeah, what? Yeah, sure. But I don't usually do that. In here, I want a tool. I want a tool. I want a tool to connect stuff. But an HBox would be... I would still need to calculate, for example, if we are above a certain size and stuff. And it won't give me the same freedom. It won't give me the same freedom. If you look at skill trees, it's very rare that your skill trees are, like, perfectly aligned. Realistically, my skill tree will be something like... like that, right? So it will be aligned on a grid, but Godot doesn't have a container that lets you do this, so I will have to do it myself no matter what. So 1 month rent. In my case, it's closer to 3 months. It's closer to 3 months of expenses, but I also have to pay taxes on that, so yeah. It's not enough. Yeah, it's not enough. Lucky bastard. You don't realize, everything is related. So it's not because I don't pay 3,000 a month that it's not expensive. What we pay in the region I'm in, and the amount we pay for what we have is expensive. It's really expensive. A normal person in France earns between 15 to 50k maybe, and 50k would be quite high. The median revenue in France is at the median revenue is at 1,800 euros a month. So it means that 50% of people are below that and 50% are above that. So you see, compared to the US, it's very different. It is very different. Okay, what do I need? Maybe Spymore, you can help me with that. But your editor, no, you have two things, right? You have an in-editor stuff. 3 months for offer of rent is not bad. It's already better than nothing. Yeah. When we remove taxes and stuff, it's probably closer to 2 months, to be honest. The problem is that it's my job, so you realize that it's not going to work that way. Yeah, goodbye. Have to live off of 2,000. That would be my car and maybe my student loans. But for example, student loans don't exist here. Like it's a thing we don't know. The people in France that have student loans is because they paid for private schools, and most private schools in France, hot take, most private schools in France are shit. There are some specific domains, some specific things where you can only go through private schools, but for the rest, the public schools are actually the real ones. For example, in engineering, if you go to a private school, it's because you don't have the capacity to go to a public one. So this doesn't exist for us. So you imagine removing that. You need way less money if you don't have to repay your school loan. That might be, I don't know, 50k, 60k, 100k for some people. My childcare alone in the US is 1,300. Wow. For 3 month rent after spending 3 months to make the game, it's not what you want though. And I didn't spend 3 months, so yeah, that's not going to work that way. Okay, I need to do an editor that allows me to edit that. Do I need to read about it? Godot editor plugin. Maybe it's what I want. Making plugins. Okay, let's read really quickly. I know about that. I know about that. I know about that. A custom node, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Checking the result, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Okay. So I want a custom doc, I guess. Or making main screen plugins. Maybe it's more like what I want. Making main screen plugins. Main screen plugins allow you to create a new UI in the central panel part of the editor, which appears next to the 2D, 3D script game and asset library and asset lib button. Such editor plugins are referred as main screen. The tutorial needs you to the creation of basic blah blah blah. The important part in the script is as main screen function, which is overloaded so it returns true. This function is automatically called by the editor on plugin activation to tell if that to tell it that this plugin adds a new center view to the editor. For now, we'll leave the script as is, and we'll come back to it later. Main screen plugin, making a tune. No. For this example, we'll make the rune. Next, we'll add a button to our example main screen plugin. Add a button node and set the text to print hello. Update the plugin script. You need to update the main screen script so the plugin instance our main panel and place it where it needs to be. Here's the full script. Blah blah blah. Okay. Make visible. Blah 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 blah. Try the plugin. Activate the plugin. That is it. Okay. Yeah. Import plugin, 3D inspector plugin, visual shader plugin, running code in the editor, how to use tool, import from debugging, try tool out, editing variables, getting notified when arrays or dictionary change, getting notified when a resource change, reporting node configuration warning, instancing scene, editing variables. Code from other nodes doesn't run in the editor. You access the other node is limited. You can access the tree nodes and their default properties, but you can't access user variables. If you want to do so, other nodes have to run in the editor too. Getting notified when arrays, blah blah blah. Okay, instancing scene, I know that. Okay. I give you credit though, you're sticking to it. It's really hard to keep trying. Even safer options out there. Yeah. We talked a little bit about it earlier. I just don't want to do differently. Okay, so what I need, I'm wondering how do I go from an editor plugin to editing this specific scene. But maybe that's not how I should think about it. And I wouldn't be editing the same scene. I would be editing a resource, like a custom resource maybe. And then it would load the tree. It would load it from that resource, right? I'm not sure. Or maybe I need an inspector plugin. Maybe I just need an inspector plugin. Realistically, what do I want to do? Realistically, I want to place some nodes. I want them to be placed on a grid. That's one thing. And I want them to link them. I want to link them very easily. You wouldn't be an artist if you weren't starving. Maybe. The fun thing is that I'm actually starving right now. The more games you put out though, the better chance you have. You're already leagues ahead with 3 games deep. That's true, that's true. That's true. Sometimes it's just difficult to keep going, and then at some point there's also a feasibility problem issue. Like, I'm starting to run out of money, and that is a big issue. Right? That is a big issue. If anyone in the chat can help me with this, I would love to know. Maybe I'm going in the wrong direction also, and using a pre-existing editor would be easier. This is kind of specific what I want. Ideally, I want it to be running in the editor. Because I want to create the links in here, and I want to be able to do that very easily. I want to be able to edit the values directly in here. By the way, the tree in here could not clip content. The clip content could happen only when you're loading in here. And in here you would do clip content is equal to true. And in here for the editor you would say false. That way it allows me to edit it right over there. And I have my different things, player jump, whatever. Thank you, Toast. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Enough for a slice of bread, maybe even a dab of butter. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It really helps. Thank you. It will be more than a slice of bread. It will at least be 2 slices. Not in this economy. If you pay more than 10 euros for your bread, I'm wondering what kind of bread it is. I really appreciate it though. Thank you so much. I'm a little bit stuck. Now that you're looking for, but there is a plugin called Edit Resources as Table that you can select a folder and edit your resources. Yeah. I don't like it. One reason why I don't like it, for example, is in Godot, when you edit a resource, editing arrays, editing enums like that is taken into account. It works well. In their plugin, it doesn't work well because they don't have the native UI, and for example, they don't have like a nice slider like this with the ability to search. So I don't like that. And I want to be able to construct my tree. The thing is, the tree. I think I want to do a plugin. I want to do a tool. Because editing the values depends a lot on the tree. I can't do it like blindly, right? For example, I have my player slide. So maybe there's a beginning. And then the first thing you can do is you can do the speed. And then you can do the speed multiple times, by the way. Maybe then you have the jump. Grinder is somewhere here. Grinder. Then at some point you get in here, you get the jump count, which leads you to the jump force. And then it gives you to the slide count. And the slide count gives you... Shit. It has a tendency to click on its own. It's amazingly horrible. Like the duration, the grinder stuff is here. The grinder stuff is here. Player. Day duration. You see what I mean? But it's kind of stupid because we are redoing this. All of us are redoing this, and I know there's an editor in Godot. Like someone made something for that, but it's so big. I don't think I want that. I know someone made Yggdrasil, but it looks so big. But it's basically what I want. Do you see? It has its own editor. I don't like when it has its own editor. Does it have its own editor, actually? Store page. Let me check that. Is it just the Godot editor? Oh, it's the inspector, actually. I said nothing. Ah, no, it's its own editor. You know what? It's 8 p.m. I've been streaming for 7 hours nearly. Maybe I should just call it a day. And now you have money for your toast. I have money for my toast. Player jump count. I feel like it would maybe make more sense to have like an editor that is separate, and then you can load the tree, kind of. I have money for many toasts. No idea the context of this conversation, but I do. It's money. The context is money. And so then I need something to create a link. I have money for exactly 3.5 pieces of gum. Nice. Streamed myself. Now back. Nice. I need beans. I need beans. You could say if elif event is input event mouse motion and dragging, you want position plus equal the event you have something, right? Mouse motion, you know how it has moved relative. That would work then, right? If I launch the tree, yeah, now I can move. I would just need to make the background fixed. I would need to make the background fixed, but I could make it move like that. It's the opposite, by the way. It's doing the opposite of what I want, movement. Plus, and this should be minus. To make sure that it works well, it should... what exactly am I looking at? A skill tree. I don't mind pork beans, but to me they're the least favorite of mine. Pork beans? I don't think I've ever eaten them without hot dogs being involved. Pork beans? What does that mean? What is pork bean? So when it's hovered, I kind of want Z index. Let's go into button. We can say Z index plus equal 1, or we can say equal 1, and then we can go back. We can go back to 0. UI works really complicated first time. An escape menu has you worried about process mode. Mouse events outside of the menu, transparent node fix, etc. So I'm sorry, Seshumara, that I don't have my UI course, because that would help a lot. Okay, so we have the tree. It kind of works. I just need to find a way to make it properly work. All right. I have an issue though. I have an issue. And the issue is that all of my textures are not, and the text and everything, it's a little bit ugly. Because I'm wondering, I set everything to canvas item to nearest, and that might be a mistake. Pork beans are beans that are usually cooked in something like molasses or barbecue sauce or something similar. In America, we don't really eat them with something like hot dog or barbecue. You may know them as baked beans or similar. Okay, but why are they called pork beans? Heck, can I pay half for your existing UI course draft? I think there's nothing in the UI course. But I provide, if you have money, I provide assistance. I do consulting about UI. Because they usually have something like pork or bacon in them. Okay, interesting. But they're like normal beans, right? They don't always have pork in them, but that's why they're sometimes called baked beans. Okay. Yeah, normal beans. Okay. It should zoom out. It should zoom in and out of where I am. It should be intelligent enough to do this. Player speed, player gem count. No. Get rotated, you motherfucker! I didn't think I would struggle that much with this. I don't want to edit them manually, right? I really don't want to edit them manually. And I don't know how. I need to make them grid based also. So this upgrade container, at least what I can do is I can make it to tool script, right? Class name, upgrades container. I think it's the last thing I'll do, and then I'll just stop. Do I do it in process? I make it to tool script. I define a bunch of stuff. You know what would be useful? Having a draw function, even, maybe. Also, I think those buttons are too big. They could be smaller. Because we need a lot of them, right? They could be 72. Incremental 2? Incremental, yeah. So export var. What do I call that? Grid spacing. And imagine my objects. If one of them is at 1920 divided by 2, 1080 divided by 2. This is at the middle. It can be like that, maybe. And this is 1920. This is 960. So 40 and 40, so like 80. Okay, so I can put it as a float and I can say 80, grid spacing 80. So how do I do that? I don't have any idea that my children... It could be a container. Could it be a container? If I'm extending container, right? It would be better if it was a container. Let me check. Emitted when children are going to be sorted. Emitted when sorting is needed. Would it be more interesting to make that a container? Maybe it exists. Maybe I'm recreating something that exists, honestly. Godot grid container add-on. But it's not really a grid, you know what I mean? It just snaps to a grid. It's just Godot snap to grid container. That's absolutely not what I want. And if I don't want to do stuff myself, I could use the grid snap. Grid step 80, 80. I could move this thing to have that at the center. But it should be smaller in here, no? I know it's vertically. Maybe I don't need that, and I just need something to... Yeah, that could work. I can't do this though. So this needs to be 40. No? Oh, it depends on the size of my object. I'm fucking stupid. So then my snap should be like 7236. Right? No? Am I crazy? You should unnormalize stuff like calling yourself stupid. It does add up over time. Yeah, apparently it's a real thing. It's true that I do it a lot. Maybe I need half snapping everywhere. You mean stupid. Yeah, maybe I need a half snapping everywhere. Half snapping works well. Okay, so maybe I don't need that much editor tooling, and the only thing I would need, because this is fine. Because this would be fine to edit. Right? This is an issue though. Seeing the title is an issue. I can't really read it very easily. So maybe when it's in the editor I do something different. So then what I would be missing is creating a link. Can I get what's happening when what I'm clicking on a tool script? Can I get it? Let me check. Instance pressed, connect, on upgrade button pressed, and I bind the instance. Can I do that? Print pressed. Shit, that's not what I wanted to do. Ah shit, it's called upgrade container now. Quick question. As I saw my OBS the message, that's why I came in again. What makes you think you're stupid? I don't remember what it was, to be honest. I always say that, so... Okay, what I want is... Do I receive the message? No, I don't, right? Godot editor tool. I need to do an editor plugin probably for that. Right? Editor tool. know what object is pressed. Editor interface retrieved from the editor plugin or editor script allows to fetch selected nodes via a special editor selection object. Now you can handle it. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Do you know who answered that question? If you guys are true OG Godot users, you might know who the guy is. He's a very famous guy. Plus he's French, you know he can never truly believe anything negative about himself. I need to do a very quick break, okay? To grab something hot to drink and just check if my cats are doing okay. I'll be back very soon because I need to go. I will also launch something to cook. I'll be back in 3 minutes. That's pretty cool. Always good to have a dying children in games. Exactly. Dying children are the best thing. But don't worry, everything is fine. I know exactly what I'm doing because I'm a professional. I'm a professional game dev. Look at that. You could clip this, but would that be kind? Like, hey, I'm just looking, okay? Do you have any colors? I'm looking at that. Do you have any colors? Do you? And the first thing we do is we create indices. Ha! Ha! You didn't think about that. You didn't think about that. We are sending the total multiplier. Okay. This one I feel great. Why did I say that? Why did I fucking say that? I hate everything. And I hate myself a lot. Emitting is equal to true, okay? Emitting is equal to fucking true. You fucking what, mate? You fucking what? I want to... I need to calm down. I need to calm the fuck down. Okay, it looks like this. So the bill buck, I actually didn't make the bill buck. I got it, the kendama. I got it on Sketchfab. I animated it, and I fucking created rope physics for that. I mean, I created it's in Blender, of course, but I actually used rope physics. Alternative control. Alternative control. I'm going to take that player control and I'm going to put it right there in the fucking middle. Right? Right there in the fucking middle. Boom. I put it right there. And every time you're checking the button, happy to help. Happy to fucking help. I am happy to fucking help. It's too hot in here. Okay. Get toaster. Get editor toaster. What is the editor toaster? Push toast. Ah, so cool. Okay, so get selection. Do I need to do unready? No. Editor selection. Selection changed. Connect on editor selection changed. Let's see that. This is freaking cool. What is it giving me? Selection change. Emitted when selection changes. Ah, you still need to check. Okay. It's returning me an array, right? An array of node. Okay, pretty cool. Then what? There could be no selected nodes, right? Okay, pretty cool. Let's go. So because I have the selection now, I can define something, maybe not an action. Editor tools. Export var. Link key. Can it be something better? Can it be like a key? Maybe it's better if it's a key. What if it's an input event key? Ah, that's pretty cool. As an old color code entity naming and comments, dude. Player selected node is much better than just selected. For now, it's just a test. It's just a test. It's just to see, it's just to see if it works. Famous last words. Yeah. What do I want to link? It needs to be easy. But A is something else in Godot, right? Maybe not. This is panning. I would be doing like A. That could work. Let me try. A. Pressed. I don't know if I need to reload everything every time. I can't check it like that. I can check the key code, I guess. Shit. Key code. Is that the key code? It doesn't see it. That's kind of a pain. Maybe it doesn't run in the editor. Maybe it doesn't run in the editor. Am I crazy? Maybe it doesn't run in the editor. Pomodoro break time, let's go! I feel like this doesn't run at all. Maybe it's in unhandled input. And I mean, there's a bunch of stuff. This is... Yeah, this is select mode. W is nothing, so that could be a technique. I mean, I can check in process. Oh yeah, but it's just action pressed. Then I don't have this action. And the muzzle flash in my block. First progress is easy and so also fulfilling. Ballistic trajectories, let's go. That will be cool. Okay, I'm not sure how to do it. It seems to be complicated for no reason. I don't want to do that. I don't know how to do it. I need to have a simple button or something. Ah, but you can do you have ease key pressed. It's a key code that you want. Shit. It's just not listening to the right... Ah, fuck, there's something... So if I do that... What? Can it work? Okay. What I like to do first to write my function has to do in text pseudocode, then start adding the code per requirement. No, but you know I know how to code, right? But I usually I do that too, yeah. It's the breakdown to requirement that help. I'm senior back in there and I have this discussion about front end dev all the time. In my case, right now, the problem is that I don't know what I should use because I'm not familiar with editor tools. So I know what I want, but I don't know. I don't really know how I want to achieve that. Am I creating something purely visual, or am I actually creating the link in the editor? I think I'm creating the actual link, maybe. How am I drawing that? I probably have lines. Okay, we'll do a very quick test and we'll see if it works. I just use a line to deconnecting between the requirement, the creator upgrades. Ah, Fragment, hello, how are you doing? Well, every time someone with an incremental arrives in the chat, I ask them. So if you're okay answering, what did you use to? How did you handle like your variables and your resources? Did you create resources for your upgrades? How did you create the tree? I'd love to know. I'd love to know. And how did you handle, like, for example, requiring a certain upgrade between another one, etc., etc.? The line should be on the button itself. The line should be on the button itself. It will have a node. That is placed at 36, 36. Those are lines. And you have a function called like reflect connections. And you do for required, which is going to be an upgrade. Oh fucking hell, how are you going to do that? You have no idea. You have no idea. Because it's a resource. Oh my god, fuck it. Jason then had a reusable upgrade node that supported icon for active, but not enough money plus a required ID. Looking up the ID from the JSON find and manually place the upgrades node in the editor. Okay. You wrote all of the requirements and stuff, and so when you need to edit, you edit the JSON, and then you move stuff in the editor to reflect that. Okay. Okay. That seems like a lot of manual work, but maybe you don't modify it that often, so it's fine. Yes, to have visual control of the tree. Yeah. We'll pass the value. We'll pass the upgrades container, right? It will be an upgrades container. We'll pass it, and in here we'll do a get button for if not upgrade container. Well, if not upgrade container, you can print error. Can't reflect connections. No upgrades container. No upgrade container. So for required, which is an upgrade resource in the res required upgrades, upgrade container get button for upgrade, and you pass the required. And then you create a link for that. So you do var new line. It's a line 2D. You do line 2D dot new. Later on, we'll do replace with. Oh, you know what? Let's be clever. We learned a new tool the other day. We learned the placeholder stuff. So let's use the placeholder stuff. That way I control also visually how it looks like. This is going to be useful. How do I fucking create a new point? Thank you. Why is it showing visibility? Show behind parent. Thank you. So easier to visualize for me. What I want is to visualize in the editor. But yeah, let me paste some screenshot for you in Discord. Thank you, Fragment. I'm trying to find a good relationship between manual and automated. Why do you have a printer on line 35? print error. I want to print an error if something is not configured correctly, so I see it. So for example, okay, this is going to work. This is going to work. Load pre-fill tree, blah 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 blah. When I'm adding a node in here, I want to do instance upgrades container is equal to self. But the problem is that if it's what? Tree UI shut. Upgrades container. And so this in here will do func get button for upgrade. Upgrade, it's an upgrade resource. And it will do for C, which is upgrade button in get children. If C dot res is equal to upgrade, you return the C. So you return the upgrade button. Else you return null. Then you're 7 hours and 30 minutes is crazy. Yeah. It's a little bit too much. I think I'm gonna like my solution, honestly. So this line 2D, it is being loaded as unique name. Let's do line placeholder, and it's also loaded as a placeholder, right? I can't load it as a placeholder. Because it's not a packed scene. Is that why? It's not a packed scene, but I can still do that. I can just call it what? Upgrade line. Yeah. And now I can load as placeholder. Nice. Let's grab this. And so when we reflect the connection, we can do line placeholder. We can grab an instance, which is going to be a line 2D. Create. What is the name already? This needs to be a placeholder, whatever. How is it called? Instance placeholder, right? Instance placeholder. Thank you. Create instance. Placeholder load. What is that? I learned about it from Firebelly. Basically, it allows you to remove the packed scene that you export and then you add it. You can just have a scene somewhere. You put it wherever you want, however you want, and then you put load as placeholder. And when you go and run the game, you can grab the reference and do create instance. And what it does is that it puts it at the same spot. It's super useful for UI because you can visualize all of the things that you want, especially if they're dynamic, and then you can just instantiate them. He made a video about it. Let me show you. He made a short about it that will explain it better than I tried to explain. How do I watch that? Alright, this is the thing. Place the 3 image in Discord. Can I look at them on chat? On stream, sorry. Get button for upgrade. Upgrade container. Get button for upgrade. Yeah, perfect. So then what? Okay, I create this instance and I say instance. I want to add a point because right now it doesn't have a point, right? Or it does, actually. It does. It should not. So there's no point, right? I add a point, and the other point is the other button. So var other button, and I call that an upgrade button. add a button at point, and I want their position. It should be local to my position, should be fine. And when the game starts, there's nothing where the placeholder is, I assume. Yes, it gets replaced by a node. It gets replaced, yes, I think. Just a question, what does the $% do? Dollar is to grab. Pourquoi? C'est cramé? Non. Mais je viens de le mettre. Et je l'ai mis à 3. The dollar is just a shortcut in Godot to do get node. So it gets it using the path that you're setting. So in this case, label is just right there, so it gets it. And the % is get node if it has a unique name. And you can see in here there's a % because I right clicked and I say access as unique name. So it's creating a unique name in the entire tree, and then no matter where I move this, I can just access it through its name instead of accessing through the path. I needed this so many times. Yeah, it's very useful, Seshimara, especially with UI, or because you usually have something and you want to replace it at runtime. It's very, very useful. You're a goat, seriously. No. Okay, so we are instancing this. I'm gonna have a problem in here, because if we already have... So what I need to do in here, in the ready function... Okay, in the ready function... Upgrades container, get child, get children. It's going to be a button, upgrade button. I want to do button, upgrades container, and I want to pass upgrades container. I need to make sure that this is set. Okay. So. Oh shit. Why are they all like that now? Maybe there was an error. Okay, I don't know what happened, but it was not good. Reflect connections. Reflect res. Nothing is calling reflect res, right? Oh yeah, it's calling in the ready function. Okay, reflect connections in here. Reflect connections. And so now what I want, I need to do that actually, because there's no connection right now. I'm gonna go now. Good luck with your game and good night. Thank you, Alien. See you. I'm just checking something. Okay, give me a second. I'm launching something. This is usually something I don't want to do, doing tools like that, but in this case I feel like it's going to make me gain a lot of time. Okay, so reflect connection is called on the nodes, that's fine. So now what I need is to know that Okay. Okay, if I have a node selected, so in here, if I'm trying to select something, okay? If I'm trying to select something, so if I have a node selected and I am linking, link active, then I want to do new, else I'll just do that. I want to do new node is equal to selected 0, var new node, and then I want to link the two of them, right? Yeah, feel free to look at the image on stream. First, it's just reusable skill item, then you see the full skill tree with a selected... Okay. Skill item, okay. Texture button. Really interesting that you put your button not as the node root. But interesting. Okay, you have your skill item. To position them, you just use the built-in snapping. That's what I've done. Then you see the full skill tree with selected items filled out and a screenshot of the JSON structure. Version 2, categories, icon, pegs, okay, node, spec density. What the fuck? Don't you have a tool to help you with this? You're just writing it manually? You don't even have a tool to help you. That's exactly what I wanted to avoid, basically. That's why I'm making a simple tool. Because I want to avoid filling in manually everything. Copy paste. Okay. I mean, maybe it's not that bad, but yeah. I need something visual to do it. And you're using that. I'm using resources. But yeah, I don't want to overcomplicate. I totally understand. But what I'm trying to do right now is I'm using, as much as possible, I'm using the tools that Godot gave me. So far, I didn't do anything particular. The only thing I have is from the values that are defined in my data structure, I define my values in data. I have an enum for my values. I run a tool script. It creates all of the resources for them. With the right name and everything. And then in the tree, what I can do is I can press a button and it fills the tree with those things, right? And it gives me the right name for the upgrade. And now what I want to do is in the engine, I want to be able to link them. That way I'm safe. And what I'd probably do is create a button that is like backup. And backup will just duplicate the actual scene. Oh, that would be nice. I need to do that. I need to do like a backup tree. Do we have like a save file? Yeah, we do have a save file. Backup tree button. Backup tree. I don't have the function yet. Auto distribute. I don't have the function yet. But we'll create it. Backup tree. To do, duplicate the TSCN. That's it. That's the only thing I want. I want to know what is the current scene and I just duplicate it, so if I ever make mistakes, I can just go back to it. Okay, so now what I'm doing, when we are here, not declared in its current scope. It is, you motherfucker. I just declared it right over here, but I made a mistake. Okay. We can close this. Okay, so now what am I doing? I'm doing that and I'm linking the two, right? Link the two nodes. So the logic is this one is required by the other, right? So the first one requires the second. So my node selected It needs to be something, by the way. If selected is empty, null. If node selected and in here we need to check. If new node is upgrade button, if it's not, you can simply return. Same thing in here, by the way. So node selected, res. Please work as upgrade button. Res dot required upgrade append, and I want new node res, and that is it, right? And then I want to do node selected reflect connections or something. I don't know where it is. Reflect connections. Okay. If selected 0. Okay, it's a bit messy. We need to change that. But okay. That should work, right? My tree is not displayed correctly right now. My tree is not displayed correctly right now. There's a problem. It's not showing me the right values. Await ready, reflects res. Icon texture, res icon. Okay, for some reason... Oh, this is why. This is why. Okay, that's weird. I don't understand why they're not the right values. And if I launch it, they're still not the right values. Get selection and editor interface. Yes, that works only if you are in the editor. So you can say if engine is editor int return. If it's not, you return, right? Okay, in here it's correct. In the editor it's not correct for some reason. It doesn't want to show me the values. But anyway, imagine this. We select this one. We enter link mode. It didn't work. Input event, configure L pressed, yes. What? It doesn't want to do it anymore. Oh, it's fucking annoying. Upgrade button. Cannot code method. What? On a null value. Oh, because my upgrade button. I forgot the placeholder don't work. Unfortunately, placeholders only work not in the editor, so that's kind of a bummer. I need something better though. I need something better. Line scene. Instantiate. I would like for that to work. That would be amazing. I would like for that to work, please. La la na 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 pam param param pararam. That would be so cool. Please work, please work. Pum 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 ba-da-da-dum, pum pum ba-da-da-dum, pum pum ba-da-dum, pum. Okay, let's try. I'm on the tree. I grab this one. Doesn't show that it's working. Cannot call method instantiate on a null value. Go fuck yourself. Why? Oh my god, it's always like that, right? Line scene, packed scene, preload, preload. It is right there. Why would you? Oh my god. Why would you do that? This, by the way, this line placeholder can die. Why would you do that? Why would you not even give me this? It's literally written in here. Look at that. It's literally written in here. So frustrating. It didn't do anything, right? But yeah, mostly I've done game dev in UE5 before Pegfinity, so still learning the ins and outs of Godot, but I love it so far. Started prototyping my next game, learned so much doing in Pegfinity. Do you consider Pegfinity done? Is it like done? And what is your next game? Do you have a... It's 95%. Awesome. What is your next game? Congrats, you did it fast, right? So theoretically, I have something connected, and I click the other one. Why is it still selecting player speed? Started in January, but I have a full-time job, so it's evening. Yeah, so that's pretty fast, honestly. What is weird in that short is that the placeholder is in a container, so then it code in a for loop, the same placeholder is instantiated. What? What do you mean? What is the problem? The placeholder can be instantiated multiple times. It's acting as a... It's more acting as a packed scene than anything. Imagine it as, instead of exporting your packed scene, and then through code doing... instantiate, add child, whatever, You're just doing create instance, and it puts it right there as a child. Next game is 3D and cozy, very inspired by Sticky Business, so totally different. Short development time, awesome. Congrats, that would be cool. So if new node, you're getting the new selection, right? Selection is not empty. So if you are selecting something and you have a link, print linking %s to %s, and I want to link node selected and new node, right? Node selected as upgrade button, res required upgrade append, reflect connections. It seems to not do anything. Shit. This needs to return, by the way. But it's fine. I enter link mode and then I do this. Linking player speed to grinder impulse. Oh, I know what is happening. When I'm adding the line, I need to do instance owner get tree. Actually, I can just do get parent in this case, I guess. Right? Otherwise it doesn't exist. I mean, it kind of exists, but it doesn't at the same time. And also my line is upgrade line. Let's make that red. Okay, but then it's not technically in the same spot. The transforms are different because the second placeholder instance is added below the first. Yeah, but the first placeholder is removed. Try it on your side. It's removed. The first placeholder is used as a placeholder, so it becomes a node. It becomes a node and it's not visible anymore. There's something happening to it. I could show you, because I've done it somewhere, but I don't remember where. I don't remember where. It doesn't work. But I don't know if it's not happening or if it's just not able to reflect anything. It's a long stream today. Yeah, too long. It's just that I wanted that to be done, but I don't think it's going to be done. Reflect connections required and print. The problem is that in the editor, it's very difficult to... Is it saving? Because I should see it, basically. Linking player speed. So if I look at upgrade player speed, it should be there, right? Yeah. It's there. I mean, if I launch just Jet 3, it should work, no? Oh, it's too late. There's no connection. Okay, let me try to do another connection because I don't understand what's happening. Let's do jump count to player count, okay? Jump count. First it should show us, but let's imagine that we're working here and it doesn't. Jump count. But I do see a change. Dash count. So why is it not working then? Do you think it has 0 points? I guess it has 0 points, right? Yeah, it has 0 points, that's why. That's probably why. My line is here. Well, for me, it was not too long. I love watching you while I work. Thank you. Oh, I didn't think about that. The link is moved also. Okay, but then it's not technically in the same spot. The transforms are different. Oh yeah, sorry, I read the wrong. I read it again. Okay, we in fact the connections should not be handled by the buttons themselves, right? The connections should not be handled by the buttons themselves. I don't think it makes that much sense. Oh yes, look at that. It kinda works. It kinda works. It works. I just think the links should not be done here. What do you think? The links should not be done here, should not be done in the buttons themselves, because otherwise they can go on top of each other like that. So that's kind of an issue. But look at how cool it is. I can now link stuff like this. I pressed the wrong button, but yeah, let's go. And it's not just creating a link, it's like actually creating a link. Like, it exists in here. Grinder threshold, for example. Grinder threshold. I know it's the other one. Slide speed. Is it updated? Slide speed. You can see it's linked to other things. That's pretty cool. Do you know how we can react to an array being changed? We just need to reload the tree, right? I guess. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think the connections would make much more sense in here. I thought it's better if the button connects itself to the other buttons, but no, because it makes things more complex. So the idea will be... Instead, the idea will be to create the lines in here. It makes so much more sense. Lines to do. It makes so much more sense to create the lines in here. Alright, I need to go. I need to go. That was pretty cool though. I'm so fucking hot. It's so hot in here. You know what? Firebilly's here, I hope. Yeah, he just started. That's perfect. So you can tell Firebilly that we just learned about instant stuff. Thanks to him.
I wonder if I should move all that clipping and stuff.
And it's going to be nice. Don't forget to check out everything. You know the drill. I'll be live again tomorrow to work on that. Hopefully it will work better tomorrow. And since we'll be able to create the tree, we'll be able to actually use the upgrades. It's gonna be nice. We have to trust the process. Let's go for the raid. See you tomorrow. Bye!